Chapter 675. At night, the ancient barbarian mining area was shrouded in darkness. Many figures appeared outside the ancient barbarian mining area. These figures exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. They sensed carefully. They were all evil experts. There were even earth demons, evil forces, earth demons from the underground world. They surrounded the ancient barbarian mining area. Is there really what we're looking for under the ancient barbarian mining area? It can't be wrong. That thing is buried under the ground. Since that's the case, the ancient barbarian mining area should be filled with blood. We can't let anyone go. Tell everyone to get ready. We'll attack in 2 hours. A sinister voice sounded in the darkness. On the road to the ancient barbarian mining area, more than 10 cultivators rode on strange beasts and rushed over. Among these cultivators, there was an Yin realm expert. Upon closer inspection, there was even a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect among them. It was the disciple who had received Kim Jong-kei's order to deliver the letter. This group of people was from the ancient barbarian kingdom's Sikong clan. They were also from Kim Jong-kei's mother's clan. This was Kim Jong-kei. He had gone to ask for help. He wanted his mother to send experts to kill Lin Feng. These people were the experts sent by the Sikong clan. Of course, they hid themselves and wore black clothes. When he made his move, he did it quietly. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They quickly left. They didn't want to cause trouble. Sir, we're almost at the ancient barbarian mining area. The Blue Cloud sect disciple said. Yes, the Yin realm expert nodded. But at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. It sounded like the cry of a ghost. It was so terrifying. Black fog rolled in the forest. Inside the black fog, there were countless evil demon experts and subterranean demon clans. Not good, it's the demons. The Yin realm expert from the Sikong clan was shocked. Without even thinking, he turned around and fled into the distance. But at that moment, a flying Azura appeared. It was an Yin realm flying Azura. It charged toward the Sikong clan expert. Pooh! The flying Azura instantly tore apart the body of the Yin realm warrior from the Sikong family. High-level Yin realm. The Yin cultivator from the Sikong clan laughed bitterly and fell to the ground, dead. Leave no one alive. The flying Azura waved his hand. Spare me, the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and the cultivators of the Sikong clan begged in fear. However, they were soon engulfed by the black fog. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He looked at the 90,000 stars. To increase his soul power. For Lin Feng, cultivation was equivalent to rest. If you don't put in 10 times more effort than others, how could he become an expert? How could he save his mother? The soul of a cultivator of the good fortune realm is indeed extraordinary. Even if I can't condense any Dharma power, my soul is strong enough to allow me to wander around. Lin Feng released his divine sense and quickly flew through the forest. This was the ability of having one's mind wander. Normally, only cultivators at the Yin realm and above had this ability. Ordinary cultivators didn't have Dharma power. Their divine sense surged out and traveled the world. When the wind blew, the divine sense would dissipate. At that time, the soul would be greatly damaged. However, cultivators at the Yin realm could use their Dharma power to wrap their divine sense. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't blow away the Dharma power. This way, they could travel the world with their divine sense without any restrictions. Of course, the divine sense of a cultivator at the Yin realm was also very limited. It could only travel within a radius of 50 miles. Lin Feng didn't have Dharma power to protect himself. However, his soul power was too strong. When his soul power was strong enough. The wind blew. It couldn't blow away the divine sense. Therefore, Lin Feng could also wander the world. Suddenly Lin Feng was shocked. In the darkness, figures were hibernating. What an evil aura. This is an evil demon expert. And the underground demon race? Not good. The ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His divine sense quickly flew back. Not good. It's a cultivator's divine sense. Someone found us. Attack. A demon expert said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his body. He quickly got up and went outside to wake everyone up. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. The ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded by evil demon experts and the underground demon race. There are probably more than a dozen yin-yang experts here. We have to retreat quickly. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. What? The ancient barbarian mining area is surrounded? Everyone's expression changed drastically. But at that moment, shouts shook the sky. Evil demon experts. The underground demon race. They had already begun to besiege the ancient barbarian mining area. Everyone rushed out. They saw a black fog covering the sky. There were evil demon experts everywhere. The underground demon race. It was obvious that the evil demon experts and the underground demon race were well prepared. There were too many of them. The entire ancient barbarian mining area was surrounded. It was completely surrounded. Whether it's the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, the soldiers of the ancient barbarian kingdom, or the miners, kill them all. A cold voice sounded. Yes, countless evil demon experts and subterranean devils swarmed over. Now he wanted to escape quietly. It was too late. What happened? The other mining areas were in complete chaos. The evil demon experts and the underground demon race are here. Break out. Organize our forces and break out. The mining areas were filled with terrified shouts. The current situation was too dangerous. The enemy had come prepared. There were many experts. There were many of them. A sudden sneak attack. The mining areas were not prepared. Both sides were fighting. It was extremely tragic. Miners, soldiers, and disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were constantly being killed. Everyone, follow and kill your way out. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He led the Blue Cloud sect disciples, miners, and soldiers in the 5th mining area to attack fiercely in one direction. A large number of evil demon experts and the underground demon race were killed. Blood flowed like a river. Brat, die, shouted an evil cultivator of the yin and yang layer. He held an evil blade and threw himself at Lin Feng. The blade slashed out. Evil chi filled the sky. One by one, malicious ghosts materialized. This evil blade was called the Evil Ghost Blade. It was an extremely terrifying evil weapon. The evil spirits let out sharp, ear-piercing screams. This was a soul attack. Many people in the 5th mining area clutched their heads and screamed in pain. They were suffering from the evil spirit's soul attack. The evil expert laughed sinisterly. A terrifying blade. It came down brazenly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he shouted coldly, "You're the one who will die." Sky rend. Sword intent, and sword spirit became one. A terrifying attack swept out in an instant. Buffed. This attack directly tore apart the evil expert's attack. Then, it landed on the evil expert's body and directly tore him in half. Damn it, Jean sure was killed by that brat. Let's attack together. We must turn that brat to ashes. 4 yin-yang experts rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 676. 4 yin-yang realm experts surrounded him. Of these 4 experts, one was a yiksha, one was a white-haired Azura, one was an evil expert. and one was a demonic expert. Lin Feng was in trouble now. Although his strength had increased greatly, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Yin-Yang realm yet. He was surrounded by 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. All of a sudden, danger surrounded them. Shi Weizhu and the others turned pale. They wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. However, their cultivation wasn't high enough. They would only die if they rushed forward. Protect yourselves. Don't be separated by the evil cultivators and the underground demons. Hurry up and break out. I have a way to escape. Lin Feng shouted at Shi Weizhu and the others. Junior brother, be careful. We will protect ourselves. Shi Weizhu and the others replied with pale faces. They didn't know if they could break out of the encirclement. However, they knew that the only thing they could do for Lin Feng now was to tell Lin Feng not to worry about them. The group of people was together with the evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and the underground demons. People were dying constantly. There were also evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and underground demons who were being killed. This was a large-scale battle. Anyone could die in a chaotic battle. Kid, worry about yourself first. The 4 experts sneered. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The attacks of the 4 experts were stronger than the previous one. They attacked Lin Feng. Sky Splitter. Sword intent piercing the sky. Lin Feng shouted and fought with the 4 experts. Mining Area 4. Countless evil demon experts and subterranean devils swarmed over, looking at the black mass of evil cultivators and underground demons rushing over. Kim Jong-K was so scared that his face turned pale. Damn it! Why are these evil cultivators and underground demons attacking the ancient barbarian mining area? Kim Jong-K's expression was as ugly as it could be. Evil cultivators, underground demons. They were very aggressive. They obviously wanted to kill them all. Break out! Kim Jong-K shouted. Senior apprentice brother, we've been completely surrounded. There's no way we can escape. A blue cloud sect disciple said with a pale face. Go and capture those miners. Have them protect us from the outside. Use them as shields. We'll deal with those experts and the subterranean devils. Maybe we'll be able to escape. Kim Jong-K said. Senior brother, isn't this too cruel? A disciple couldn't help but say. If they were to follow Kim Jong-K's plan, they would not be able to do anything. Those miners would become cannon fodder. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you want to die here? If the lives of those lowly miners can save us, then their deaths are worth it. Kim Jong-K shouted coldly. The corner of that disciple's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something. Kim Jong-K went up and kicked the disciple away. Do you want to die? You dare disobey my orders? Senior apprentice brother, please calm down. I'll go now. That disciple gritted his teeth and quickly got up. He went to the place where the miners were imprisoned. This was to prevent them from escaping. The place where the miners rested at night would be locked. The disciple cut the lock with his sword and entered the cave where the miners rested. He looked at the trembling miners. The disciple said, Everyone, run for your lives. After saying that, the disciple rushed out and fought with the evil spirit. Charge! Many miners rushed out. Damn it! You dare let those miners go? You don't know what's good for you. Kim Jong-K was furious and slashed out with his flying sword. Pooh! The flying sword pierced the disciple's chest. The disciple laughed bitterly and fell to the ground, dead. Senior apprentice brother, what are you doing? Many disciples looked angrily at Kim Jong-K. This person let the miners go without permission. This is disgraceful and should be killed. Kim Jong-K said coldly. But in the next moment, Kim Jong-K felt a sudden pain in his chest. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A dagger had pierced his chest from behind. Kim Jong-tae turned his head. He saw a ferocious face. It was a miner. Among the miners, there were some who were quite strong. Normally, they wouldn't dare to resist. But now, the mining area was in chaos, and they dared to show their strength. I actually died at the hands of these lowly people. Jin Zhongkai let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. The miner who assassinated Kim Jong-tae carried the Blue Cloud sect disciple that Kim Jong-tae had killed and broke out of the encirclement. The other Blue Cloud sect disciples didn't attack him. Everyone, kill. Even if we die here, we won't be cowards. That's right, kill, kill, kill. Killing one won't be a loss. Killing two will be a gain. After Kim Jong-tae died, the Blue Cloud sect disciples in Mining Area 4 erupted with unprecedented unity. Boom! They instantly fought with the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demons. Mining Area 1, Mining Area 2, Mining Area 3. The situation of the battle was also extremely tragic. This was a battle that was almost impossible to reverse. Regardless of the number of experts, the number of ordinary cultivators, the ancient barbarian mining area was at an absolute disadvantage. In this battle, it was inevitable that everyone in the ancient barbarian mining area would be wiped out. You're courting death. An angry roar sounded. An old man rushed over. It's Elder Wu Chang. The Blue Cloud sect erupted into cheers. Great formation, activate! Elder Wu Chang roared. He activated the great formation of the ancient barbarian mining area. They're finally here. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless at Elder Wu Chang's irresponsible behavior. He knew that there was a great formation in the ancient barbarian mining area, but Lin Feng didn't know where the eye of the formation was. Naturally, there was no way to activate it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Elder Wu Chang arrived. Buzz, a terrifying fluctuation swept through heaven and earth. Boom, boom. The ground cracked open. Following that, golden-armored puppet beasts rushed out from the ground. Golden-armored puppet beasts. Lin Feng was shocked. Golden-armored puppet beasts were extremely powerful existences among the puppet beasts. They were invulnerable. They were extremely strong. More than 1,000 golden-armored puppet beasts appeared. Those golden-armored puppet beasts wielded large blades and slashed at the experts of the evil demon race. In an instant, the pressure on the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect was greatly reduced. At the same time, lines of formation runes intertwined in the void and enveloped the Yin-Yang realm cultivators. The 12 Yin-Yang realm experts were all enveloped by the Great Formation. Elder, let me help you use the Great Formation to kill these people. Lin Feng roared and rushed into the sky. He had just been surrounded by 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. He was incomparably sullen. Now, he could finally take revenge. Are you Lin Feng? Brat, you caused quite a stir in northern Desolate City. When you return to the sect, you will be punished. Wu Chang let out a strange laugh as he gloated over his misfortune. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This elder really didn't know what to do. What kind of situation was this? And he still wanted to tease him. However, Wu Chang's eyes widened. Do you know anything about great formations? I know a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's hands began to form seals. Condensing formation in the void. Earth rank, elementary rank, and advanced rank spirit array techniques. 1,000 devil vines. Dense tentacles appeared in the void. Those tentacles intertwined together. It was like a huge devil vine. The densely packed tentacles wrapped around the 12 Yin-Yang realm experts trapped by the formation. Earth rank spirit array technique. Wu Chang was moved. Unbelievable. This brat was only a martial king. How could he be an Earth-rank spirit array master? He wanted to become an Earth-rank spirit array master. His soul power had to at least reach the creation realm. His soul power has already reached the creation realm. Thinking of this, Wu Chang's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 677. Elder Wu Chang was now at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but because he was a spirit array master, his soul power far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, his soul power had reached the 5th level of the creation realm, and Lin Feng, a Martial King realm kid, was actually an Earth stage spirit array master. This was indeed too shocking. It was no wonder that Elder Wu Chang had such a shocked expression. A dense mass of tentacles wrapped around him. Those tentacles, naturally, they weren't real tentacles. They were condensed from array patterns. This 1,000 Devil Vine spirit array technique was one of the strongest spirit array techniques that Lin Feng had learned. It was equivalent to the evolved version of the entanglement technique. Of course, its power was much stronger than the entanglement technique. The entanglement technique was only a yellow stage spirit array technique. The 1,000 Devil Vine technique was an Earth stage spirit array technique. The difference between them, it was difficult to calculate. Spirit array technique. Not good. The other party wants to entangle us. Quickly cut off these tentacles. The flying Azura's expression changed, and he couldn't help but shout in a deep voice. This flying Azura was an evil demon. He was the strongest Yin-Yang realm demon in the underground demon race. He was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was at the same level as Elder Wu Chang. But now he was trapped in the array and was in trouble. However, the flying Azura had rich experience in fighting enemies, even in the face of danger. He was also very calm. He sent out 4 people to block the dense tentacles. Flying swords flew out one after another. In the void, they shot out rapidly. The power was astonishing. Puff, puff, tearing sounds could be heard. The tentacles that Lin Feng had condensed with the array, they were constantly cut off. But soon, they were reborn and continued to entangle. At the same time, Elder Wu Chang was also crazily activating the array. High-grade spirit stones burned like cabbages. The power of the array was increased. The killing array of the ancient barbarian mining area was activated. Terrifying murderous glows were formed and swept toward the flying Azura and his crew. "Attack with me," the flying Azura shouted. Boom! The flying Azura and the other 7 experts attacked together to block the array's attack. The attacks of both sides collided fiercely. Rumble! The earth shook violently. That tyrannical energy shockwave spread out. The surrounding forest was destroyed. It was unknown how many people had died under the attack of the energy shockwaves. Those guys have great teamwork and a lot of battle experience. We have to get rid of them quickly. Otherwise, if they break the deployment spell, we'll be in trouble. Elder Wu Chang's expression was extremely solemn. Right now, this was the most crucial moment. Either Lin Feng and Wu Chang relied on the power of the formation to kill the flying Azura and the others, turning the tide of the battle. Either the flying Azura and the others would break the formation and kill Lin Feng and Elder Wu Chang, or the Blue Cloud sect would be completely annihilated. Lin Feng's expression was rather gloomy because he and Elder Wu Chang were, after all, the 2 of them. Although they had gained a temporary advantage by relying on the formation, they were still able to do so. However, it was too difficult to kill 12 experts. He could rely on the power of the Black Dragon Sword. But the Black Dragon Sword, it required Lin Feng to burn 320 years of his lifespan. Lin Feng simply couldn't afford to consume it right now. Although he had the scarlet fruit on him, One scarlet fruit could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. But Lin Feng had already eaten one. Any heavenly material or earthly treasure would only be effective the first time it was eaten, just like the scarlet fruit. If he ate it now, it would no longer be able to extend Lin Feng's lifespan. Therefore, there was no way to use the black dragon sword. That's right, the bronze fragment. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought of the treasure, the bronze fragment. Although using the bronze fragment would suck Lin Feng dry of his energy, causing Lin Feng to become weak. But there was no other way. He had to take the risk. Lin Feng said, "Elder, I have a treasure. If I use that treasure to attack that flying Azura, as long as I can kill him or seriously injure him, those evil demon experts and earth demon experts will definitely be in chaos. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. There's such a treasure. Quickly use it." Wu Chang's eyes lit up. In the next moment, the bronze fragment flew out. The bronze fragment was hidden among the densely packed tentacles. It avoided the flying Azura's line of sight. Then, it quickly rushed toward the flying Azura. By the time the flying Azura discovered it, it was already too late. Not good. The flying Azura's expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to dodge. But he couldn't. Pooh! The bronze fragment instantly pierced through the flying Azura's chest. The flying Azura's body fell down. "Brat, were you the one who plotted against me?" The flying Azura was seriously injured, but he didn't die. He stabilized his body in midair and glared at Lin Feng with resentment. The other evil demon experts and earth demon experts' expressions changed when they saw the flying Azura's serious injury. Just as they were panicking, tentacles wrapped around the 4 outermost evil demon experts who were in charge of blocking the 1,000 Devil Vine's tentacles. Collapse! Elder Wu Chang seized the opportunity and activated the array. The array released a terrifying attack that instantly pierced through the 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive explosions were heard. The 4 Yin-Yang realm evil demons' bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Now, there were 8 people left. The flying Azura was seriously injured. Lin Feng and Wu Chang smiled. They saw the hope of killing these evil demon experts and the subterranean devil race. "Humph, you can't even do such a small thing, and you want me to do it personally?" But at that moment, a cold snort was heard. Hearing that cold snort, Lin Feng and Wu Chang felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies flew backward, and their faces were as pale as a sheet. Endless black fog covered the sky and covered the sun. It was an almighty existence. An almighty existence of the demonic Tao had appeared. This was an expert of the creation realm. A yin-yang realm cultivator was as weak as an ant in front of a creation realm cultivator. Even Elder Wu Chang, who was at the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm, in front of a creation realm expert, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds. "Lord, we deserve to die." The flying Azura and the other 8 yin-yang realm experts hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of them were trembling in fear. "Die." The demon expert hidden in the black fog had an indifferent expression. A huge pitch-black hand that was thousands of acres wide condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng and Wu Chang. "An almighty demon expert is attacking. We're dead for sure." Many disciples, soldiers, and miners looked at the huge hand in the sky in horror. Lin Feng and Wu Chang struggled. However, it was difficult for them to resist the might of an almighty demon expert. When the huge hand came crashing down, 100 miles away in a bamboo forest, the old scholar was reading in front of the mountain god temple at night. Confucius said, "Isn't it good to practice what you learn? Isn't it good to have friends coming from afar? Isn't it good to be ignorant, but not angry? Confucius said, "It's rare to see someone who is filial to his younger brother and likes to offend his superiors. But it's rare to see someone who doesn't offend his superiors but likes to cause trouble. A gentleman focuses on his roots. His roots give birth to the Tao. Filial to one's younger brother is the root of benevolence." Confucius said, "Clever words and good intentions are rare." Confucius said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Is it good to be disloyal to others? To be friends but not to trust them? Not to learn?" Scholar Ning was reading the Analects of Confucius. The Confucian scriptures were divided into the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books were the Analects of Confucius, Mencius, De Shui, and the Doctrine of the Mean. The 5 classics were the Book of Songs, Shangshu, Book of Rites, Zhou Yi, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. The 4 books and 5 classics were led by the Analects of Confucius, because the person who wrote this book was the founder of the Confucian path. He was known as Confucius Chiu, the Sage of Confucius. Scholar Ning had been studying for more than 70 years. He had long cultivated a sense of righteousness. Around his body, there were wisps of white qi lingering. This was the so-called great righteousness. Scholars were able to cultivate an awe-inspiring righteousness. Suddenly, Scholar Ning, who was chatting in the middle of the night, raised his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, endless demonic fog covered the sky and covered the sun. The terrifying demonic aura was vast and mighty. Demon path demon. Scholar Ning was shocked. He stood up and shouted, "Which demon is it? How dare you come to the ancient barbarian kingdom and cause chaos? Quickly leave." Ning Xiuzai's voice rang out. Great righteousness surged out of Scholar Ning's body. In the starry sky, purple energy existed forever. This was the great righteousness of the Confucian path. It represented the most righteous power in the world. Ning Xiuzai's shout. In the ancient barbarian mining area, countless evil spirits exploded and died on the spot. Even the giant palm formed by the mighty figure hidden in the black mist was blown to smithereens. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Great Confucian, how is this possible? Is there still a great Confucian in the Tianwu continent? The great being of the demon path was scared out of his wits. He grabbed Flying Azura and the others and fled into the distance, not daring to stay for even a moment. Chapter 678. Righteousness existed in heaven and earth. Evil spirits fell. Heaven and earth instantly became quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine power was this? With a loud shout, purple qi spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. Talk of gods and ghosts. Lin Feng was shocked. He suddenly thought of a story recorded in Talk of Gods and Ghosts. A certain dynasty's prime minister, Li Mo, went out for an inspection. He was attacked by evil spirits. Because he had studied for decades, he was full of righteousness. Therefore, even though he had never cultivated, he could face those powerful evil spirits with a loud roar. The evil spirits fell one after another. Later, the evil spirits found a female ghost. They wanted to use the female ghost to harm Li Mo. However, Li Mo's righteousness protected him, making it difficult for the female ghost to get close. This was the righteousness of the Confucian path. In the stories written in Talk of Gods and Ghosts, many of the protagonists were scholars. However, these scholars didn't know the art of cultivation. They only studied the 4 books and 5 classics. However, they could cultivate righteousness. Evil spirits couldn't invade at all. It seemed like an absurd story. Now, it happened in front of him. Is it Scholar Ning? Lin Feng muttered. He thought of the old scholar, Ning Yin. Scholar Ning had studied for more than 70 years. So he should have cultivated the righteousness mentioned in Talk of Gods and Ghosts. It's an expert of the Confucian path. Now that the Confucian path isn't strong in the Tianwu continent, how could there be a great Confucian? Elder Wu Chang appeared to be very shocked. It could even be said that he was in disbelief. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, how can one become a great Confucian? It's said that one has to understand the four books, the five classics, the four books, the five classics, the four books, the four books, the four books, the four books, the five classics, the four books, 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 the five classics, the four books, 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 Elder Wu Chang said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although Scholar Ning didn't know how to cultivate, he had studied for decades and painstakingly wrote Talk of Gods and Ghosts. At first, he read Talk of Gods and Ghosts. Lin Feng just read the content of the book as an interesting story. But now that he thought about it carefully, he realized many stories contain the truth of the great Tao, just like what Prime Minister Li Mo experienced. He held an important position in the imperial court and was full of righteousness, serving the country and the people. Facing the encirclement of the evil demons, he was righteous and fearless. Faced with the temptation of the beautiful female ghosts, he was unmoved. Instead, he used his righteous energy to convert the female ghosts, allowing them to reincarnate. One story contained righteousness, and benevolence. And every story, in fact, they were all elaborating on the same principle of life. Perhaps this was what Elder Wu Chang meant when he said that a great Confucian would write a book to expound his own Tao, allowing countless people to imitate him. Elder Wu Chang's Tao was to provoke people to ponder deeply through stories. Let's check the casualties first, then we'll go look for that Confucian expert. Elder Wu Chang glanced at his surroundings. He found that the Confucian master did not appear. He felt that the other party didn't seem to want to meet him. In his heart, he didn't have much hope of finding the other party. Lin Feng had already guessed that the great Confucian scholar was most likely Ning Xiaozai, but he did not say it out loud, because once he said it out loud, Ning Xiaozai would probably be caught up in many worldly affairs. Ning Xiaozai probably didn't want to see such a situation, right? Lin Feng quickly flew towards the fifth mine. He wondered how Shi Weizhu and the others were doing. When he arrived at the fifth mine, he saw Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, and the others. His heart was finally at ease. Mo Yuning said in a sorrowful voice, 7 of the brothers who came with us died. And these were only the disciples who came with Lin Feng. Some of the older disciples, soldiers, and miners had suffered heavy casualties. Lin Feng patted Mo Yuning's shoulder. The 5 mines were all cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Hu said, Senior brother Zhou Zhao, senior sister Zhou Yuding, and senior sister Yu Zhuxin are all fine, but Kim Jong-K is dead. Kim Jong-K is dead? How did he die? Lin Feng was very surprised. Wang Hu sneered and said, It's said that Kim Jong-K wanted to use the miners as cannon fodder to block the attacks of the demons and underground demons, but the disciples who went to carry out the orders didn't want to see the miners die, so they secretly released the miners. In a fit of anger, Kim Jong-K killed the disciple, and some miners risked their lives to ambush Kim Jong-K and killed Kim Jong-K. He deserved it. He deserved it, many disciples said. Kim Jong-K's death was naturally very satisfying. Elder Wu Chang was cleaning up the ancient barbarian mines. When the aftermath was almost done, Elder Wu Chang sent people back to the Blue Cloud sect. They reported what had happened in the ancient barbarian mines to the higher-ups. They asked the higher-ups to send experts. Elder Wu Chang was mainly worried that the evil demon experts and the underground devil race would attack again. It's really strange. Why would these demons and underground demons attack the ancient barbarian mines? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. If it was for the spirit stone resources, there shouldn't be such a need. The demons and underground demons also controlled the spirit stone mines. Therefore, this matter was very strange. Lin Feng thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the reason. He stopped thinking about it. He planned to go to elementary Scholar Ning's residence to pay him a visit. Anyway, it wasn't very far away. After giving some instructions, Lin Feng flew to elementary Scholar Ning's residence. When Lin Feng arrived, elementary Scholar Ning was writing. When elementary Scholar Ning was writing, golden flowers appeared above him. The flowers were gone in a flash. Wondrous blossom. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard that when people wrote, they could integrate the great Tao of heaven into their writing. Today, he actually saw such a scene. This elementary Scholar Ning is really a great scholar. Lin Feng muttered when he saw elementary Scholar Ning write wondrous blossom. Lin Feng knew that elementary Scholar Ning was definitely a great scholar. This point, there was no doubt at all. Young friend, you're here. Elementary Scholar Ning put down the brush in his hand. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled. Thank you for forcing the demons to retreat. Otherwise, our ancient barbarian minds would have been completely wiped out. Lin Feng bowed to elementary Scholar Ning. Elementary Scholar Ning said, Young friend, you don't have to be so polite. I've studied for more than 70 years, but I'm still somewhat useful. Now, it seems that the saying, 100 useless scholars are not very accurate. Elementary Scholar Ning's words were somewhat self-deprecating. His experience could be described as the bleakness of his later years. It was natural for him to feel a little emotional. Young friend, you should study with me for the next few days. Studying will nourish your qi. I see that the purple qi above your head is rising into the sky. Soon, there will be some special changes, but now, the purple qi is unstable. You should stabilize it. Purple qi? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't understand what elementary Scholar Ning was talking about, but Lin Feng felt that it had something to do with breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Purple qi is the supreme qi. Young friend, purple qi comes from the east. Elementary Scholar Ning said, Is this also a method of Confucianism? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Elementary Scholar Ning said, I've heard of Confucianism, but I don't understand its cultivation techniques. I'm just an ordinary scholar. Studying will nourish one's qi, and it can also be observed. Qi is the foundation of a person. Chapter 679. Everyone was born with qi. Qi. It represented fate. When the ancient emperors went out, they would be surrounded by purple qi. This was the supreme qi. Through cultivation, one could nurture qi and make it stronger. However, qi was also different. Ning Xiaotsai explained, Ordinary people have white qi, cultivators have green qi, and those who are blessed by the heavens have golden qi. Some people are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. They are purple qi and are naturally different from others. Among the purple qi, there are several types. Among them, the dark purple qi from the east is the most powerful. What can you tell from qi? Lin Feng asked. Qi is stable. Only then can one's cultivation be stable. Ning Xiaotsai smiled. Nurturing qi through reading. That was the principle. In ancient times, there was a great scholar who didn't know how to cultivate. He nurtured qi through reading for 80 years and then directly went through the lightning tribulation to become a god. Righteous qi was one of the types of purple qi. It was also one of the most noble dark purple qi. The more noble qi was, the rarer it was. The higher the birth chart, the greater the achievements in the future. For example, the ancient emperors all had purple qi from the east. However, no one had heard of the ancient emperors having green qi from the heavens. This was the so-called birth chart. The chi that one possessed could often be used to peek into the future. Although some people could defy the heavens and change their chi and break through the restrictions of the heavenly Tao on their birth chart. However, it was obviously as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng was reading beside Ning Xiaotsai. The first thing he read was the Analects. It was the first of the 4 books and 5 classics. Confucius said, to govern with virtue, for example, Beichen, where he resides, all the stars are there. Confucius said, the 300 poems, in a nutshell, thinking without evil. Confucius said, to govern with virtue and to punish with justice. The people are exempt from shame. To govern with virtue and to punish with propriety. There is no shame. Confucius said, when I was 15, I was determined to learn. When I was 30, I stood up. When I was 40, I did not have any doubts. When I was 50, I knew my destiny. When I was 60, I was obedient. When I was 70, I followed my heart's desire. When Meng Yi asked about filial piety, the master said, there is no violation. When Fan Qi asked about filial piety, the master said, Meng's son asked about filial piety. I replied, there is no violation. Fan Qi asked, what do you mean by also? The master said, in life, conduct affairs with propriety. In death, conduct burial with propriety. In sacrifice with propriety. In front of the mountain deity temple, Lin Feng was reading with scholar Ning. Lin Feng had just started studying. It was also impossible for him to be like elementary scholar Ning, who was able to cultivate righteous spirit through studying. However, after calming down and reading for 3 days, Lin Feng felt that his originally restless heart had calmed down. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation was faintly about to break through again. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Purple Qi is stable. Little friend, you've read to your heart. You're not reading just for the sake of reading. This makes me feel very gratified. Ning Xiaotsai smiled. It's because you've taught me well. Lin Feng bowed to Ning Xiaotsai like a scholar. He had refined more than 160 supreme-grade spirit stones in the mountain deity temple. Finally, Lin Feng completed his breakthrough. His cultivation broke through from the 9th firmament of the martial king realm to the 10th firmament of the martial king realm. He was about to reach the yin-yang realm. He was only 1 step away. Lin Feng was unable to observe qi like Ning Xiaotsai. If he could observe qi, he would see it. As his cultivation improved, the purple qi above him became much stronger. The purple qi represented Lin Feng's luck and also his future. People who had purple qi were too rare, but people who had purple qi, usually they had great luck. Some people went out and found money. Some people went out and got hit by a car. Why did something completely different happen when they went out at the same time? It was because of luck. At night, darkness enveloped the earth. Lin Feng was reading The Doctrine of the Mean beside Ning Xiaotsai. The destiny of heaven is called nature. The straightforward nature is called Tao, and the cultivation of Tao is called teaching. Those who are Tao cannot leave it for a moment. Those who can leave it are not Tao. Therefore, a gentleman should be cautious of what he does not see and afraid of what he does not hear. Do not see what is hidden. Do not show what is small. Therefore, a gentleman must be cautious. When happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are not expressed, they are called the middle. When they are expressed, they are called the sum. The middle is the foundation of the world. The sum is the Tao of the world. The middle is the birth of all things in the world. The first chapter of The Doctrine of the Mean was very catchy. Lin Feng discovered that the Analects of the 4 books was very different from The Doctrine of the Mean. The Analects talked about benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and morals. This was the foundation of being a ruler, a minister, a father, and a son. The doctrine of the mean focused on oneness of heaven and man. This was the foundation of Tao cultivation. The 4 books and 5 classics of Confucianism were indeed not simple. No wonder there were great Confucians in ancient times who could directly pass the tribulation and become gods without cultivating, because the 4 books and 5 classics contain too many great Taos of heaven and earth. Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame, oneness of heaven and man, Tao of nature, and so on. While Lin Feng was reading with Scholar Ning, darkness enveloped them. Gusts of cold wind swept up. A whining sound came from the forest. It sounded like the crying of ghosts and the howling of gods. Ghosts! Lin Feng frowned, and it was a very powerful ghost. Otherwise, it would not dare to come here. Ghosts appeared in the deep mountains and forests. This was a very normal thing. Don't be distracted. Scholar Ning said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to read with Scholar Ning. At this moment, he read a scripture about ghosts and gods. Confucius said, "The virtues of ghosts and gods are great. Seeing them, one cannot see them. Hearing them, one cannot hear them. Seeing them, one cannot miss them. So that all people in the world will be convinced." The meaning of this sentence was, the Tao of ghosts and gods is really great. They cannot be seen or heard, but they are embodied in all things, making it impossible for people to leave them. Everyone in the world fasted and purified their hearts, wearing solemn and neat clothes to worship them. They are everywhere. They seem to be on your head and around you. This was actually a reflection of the saying, "There are gods watching over you." And while Lin Feng was reading, the world was getting darker and darker. In the darkness, a terrifying figure walked over step by step. A malicious ghost that had cultivated for 1,000 years. It had awakened from a deep sleep, the delicious flesh of humans. A gloomy voice came out. The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost was approaching the mountain god temple, where Lin Feng and Scholar Ning were reading. At this moment, in the mountain god temple, divine light surged. The mountain god had appeared. Scholar Ning was reading to nourish his qi. His qi dispersed into the world. It was absorbed by the dying mountain god. The mountain god had recovered. Now, the mountain god had appeared and blocked the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. This was what it meant to be able to connect with gods through reading. Even the gods came to help. "Mountain god, you dare to stop me? Today, I will devour you as well." The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost laughed out loud. Endless darkness enveloped the mountain god. It instantly swallowed the mountain god. The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost laughed strangely. "Aren't you still going to be devoured by this king?" At this moment, suddenly, a vast amount of righteous energy surged out from the mountain god. The mountain god said, "I am reading to nourish my qi. My body has already merged with the vast amount of righteous energy. How can an evil ghost like you fight against me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain god stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. "Run!" The 1,000-year-old malicious ghost saw that it was no match for the mountain god and turned to run. However, the mountain god grabbed the ghost by its neck and swallowed it whole. The mountain god was also reading to nourish his qi. His cultivation increased greatly. That was why he could easily devour the 1,000-year-old malicious ghost. The mountain god's body quickly disappeared. In the mountain god temple, the statue of the mountain god was surrounded by white smoke. Listen carefully. Apart from the sound of Lin Feng and Ning Xiucai reading, there was also the sound of someone else reading it was faintly discernible. It should be the mountain god, secretly reading the book, The Doctrine of the Mean, with Scholar Ning. Chapter 680. The Blue Cloud sect sent a few elders to investigate what had caused the evil demon experts and the underground demons to besiege the ancient barbarian mining area. It was said that a mighty existence had personally taken action. They seemed to have discovered something shocking under the fourth mining area. That day, demonic aura filled the sky. It was said that when that thing appeared, the Blue Cloud sect lost 2 elders. However, that thing was suppressed by a mighty expert of the Blue Cloud sect. Then they quickly left. Lin Feng was surprised. What was buried under the ancient barbarian mining area? But obviously, only the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect knew. In the following days, apart from cultivating, Lin Feng went to the bamboo forest to study with Scholar Ning. Reading nourished one's energy, especially now that Lin Feng was preparing to break through to the yin-yang realm. Reading nourished one's energy. It was especially important. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm was a very difficult thing to do, and Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. The difficulty of breaking through to the yin-yang realm was probably more than 10 times or even dozens of times more difficult than other cultivators. This point, Lin Feng was already prepared. But if Lin Feng could break through, then his cultivation would definitely be more than 10 times or even dozens of times more than other cultivators of the same level. The effort and the reward were proportional. This was the law of the cultivation world. In the blink of an eye, the trial period was about to arrive. Lin Feng studied with Scholar Ning for a few months. His entire temperament had undergone a huge change. The most important thing was the change in his mentality. Lin Feng felt that he was more at ease when facing cultivation. His belief in cultivation was also more firm. Lin Feng was already about to return to the Blue Cloud sect with his fellow sect members. He specially came to bid farewell to Scholar Ning. After this farewell, he didn't know if there would be a day when they would meet again. Don't neglect your studies. Ning Xiuzai said with a heavy heart, I will remember your teachings. Lin Feng bowed to Scholar Ning. Then he left. Lin Feng, Shi Weizhu, and the others arrived at Northern Desolate City again. He had just walked out of the Northern Desolation City's teleportation portal. A middle-aged cultivator walked over and asked, Are you Lin Feng or Lin Gongzi? That's right. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. I'm Mu Jigong from the City Lord's office. I've received orders from the young master to wait here for Lin Gongzi. Mu Jigang said respectfully. Lin Feng thought of Mu Wushu. They had met in the underground world. Mu Wushu had invited him. It seemed that Mu Wushu had roughly calculated the time he would arrive at the Northern Desolate City, so he had sent people to guard the teleportation portal. Please lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Sir, please get on the carriage. A few beast carriages came from afar, and Mu Jigong invited Lin Feng to board. Lin Feng boarded the first beast carriage, while the others boarded the other beast carriages. The boy who caused havoc in Northern Wasteland City is back. He must be going back to the Blue Cloud sect. That's Mu Jigong, right? The third manager of the City Lord's office? This is interesting. The City Lord's office actually invited that boy as a guest. The Yen Dragon Gang won't have a good time in Northern Wasteland City. The Yen Dragon Gang has 3 yin-yang realm cultivators. 2 of them died in the underground world. Now, only Li Yanlong is left. The City Lord's office knows what to do. Just wait and see. The Yen Dragon Gang, one of the 3 biggest gangs in Northern Wasteland City, will probably be replaced by another gang. Many people pointed at them. Haha, Brother Lin, you're finally here. When Lin Feng arrived at the city lord's office, Mu Wushu was already waiting outside with the other outstanding members of the Mu clan. Brother Mu. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Mu Wushu led everyone into the city lord's office. Then the banquet began. The banquet was very lively. Many of the younger members of the Mu clan looked at Lin Feng curiously. They naturally knew about the scene of Lin Feng's battle with Yu Buiyun. That day, in a single night, the area within a radius of 100 li around the land of death became barren. Countless cultivators died, and even a few almighty experts fell. Brother Lin, have you heard of what happened that day? Mu Wushu asked. Lin Feng replied, although I know, I've never experienced it. I don't know what happened. At the time, Lin Feng had fainted. He really didn't know what had happened to cause such a terrifying thing to happen. We were extremely lucky to have left early. Otherwise, we would have died. Mu Wushu rejoiced. A member of the Mu clan said, I heard that something in the depths of the land of death made a move. Let's not talk about those terrifying existences. We don't want to attract trouble. Mu Wushu said. The member of the Mu clan quickly nodded and didn't say anything else. The existences in the depths of the land of death were forbidden to anyone. They were forbidden to talk about. If they talked about it recklessly, it was very likely that some terrible things would happen. Therefore, very few people talked about them. Lin Feng stayed at the city lord's office for 3 days. Lin Feng said his goodbyes. They used the teleportation array to return to the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples who had gone out to train also returned. I've always been worried that something might have happened to you. After all, that area isn't very peaceful. Tian Zhongdao let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Feng was fine. That area was indeed not peaceful. First, something terrifying had happened in the land of death. Then, the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race had besieged the ancient barbarian mining area. Lin Feng said, I'm thankful to be able to come back alive. Lin Feng asked, What is it? Have you heard of it? I am not sure. However, on the way back to the Blue Cloud sect, something terrible happened. Tian Zhongdao said. What happened? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask. Something that could make the experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race go to war. How could it be simple? Seven deacons, and mad, three Yinyang realm elders, said the deacons. Tian Zhongdao said with lingering fear. Because of that demon? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Tian Zhongdao nodded. Is the news reliable? Lin Feng asked. Of course, but it's reliable. They on the road stopped for a few days in the area where Li went to train. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded and said, It seems that the demon is not simple. It's definitely very scary. However, to the Blue Cloud sect, I'm afraid that it's not a blessing. Tian Zhongdao said that things shouldn't have been brought to the Blue Cloud sect. The experts of the evil demon race and the underground demon race spent so much effort to obtain it, and it's so terrifying. We should have sent it to the Palace of Immortality and let them deal with it. Lin Feng frowned. Humans are greedy. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng shook his head. These things weren't something he could control. After all, he was just a disciple. I hope it won't bring disaster to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng sighed. 3 days after returning, the Fire Qilin also returned to the Blue Cloud sect. That little girl didn't come with you, right? The Fire Qilin asked cautiously. She left with the elders. Lin Feng said, You said she left with the elders? The Fire Qilin's mouth twitched violently. Chapter 681. Is there something wrong? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin. He felt that the fire Qilin was acting strangely around Li Mingxi. The fire Qilin quickly shook its head. Of course there's nothing wrong. Lin Feng asked, last time you went to the ancient barbarian mine and said you had something important to tell me. Why did you leave? What important thing did you want to tell me? The ruins of gods are about to open, the fire Qilin said. The ruins of gods. What's that place? Lin Feng asked. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, there are endless ruins of gods. That's where the gods fell. There are even rumors that there's a passage in the ruins of gods that leads to the undying world. It was created by an extremely powerful race in the past, and countless people go there to find it. The fire Qilin yearned. The undying world? Lin Feng was shocked. The fire Qilin nodded. Top experts will go there. If there's really an opportunity to enter that passage, it'll be a great opportunity. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He could understand the madness of those top experts. It was extremely difficult for them to break through to the deity realm. That was because the world had changed. After the ancient era, it was extremely difficult to become a god in the Tianwu continent. However, if one could enter the undying world, not to mention becoming a god, it was even possible to break through the deity realm's shackles. Break through to the emperor realm. Is there anything useful to you in the ruins of gods? Lin Feng asked. The spring of life. I want to find it. If I can find it, I'll be able to recover my exhausted divine power. The fire Qilin was looking forward to it. It then continued. There's another treasure in the ruins of gods. I hope you can find it. Oh, what is it? Lin Feng was surprised. The world tree. To be precise, it's a fragment of the world tree. The fire Qilin's eyes glowed. The world tree. What's that? Lin Feng was puzzled. At the beginning of the world, two divine trees were born, the tree of life and the world tree. The tree of life nurtures the spring of life. The spring of life has the ability to bring people back from the dead. The world tree absorbs the purest energy in the universe. You've accumulated too much energy. It'll be more and more difficult for you to break through in the future. If you can find a fragment of the world tree, you can turn it into a sapling of the world tree and plant it in your dantian. The sapling will be able to absorb the purest energy in the universe day and night. You'll be able to become stronger very quickly. So powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. 20 years ago, I met a young man. He had a sapling nurtured by a fragment of the world tree planted in his body, and he became the first person to enter the undying realm in 100,000 years. The fire Qilin's gaze was unhurried. Who is this person? Lin Feng asked in shock. Obviously, the reason why the person fire Qilin mentioned was able to break the shackles of heaven and earth. He entered the undying realm. Was it related to the sapling of the world tree? The fire Qilin said meaningfully, you'll know who that person is sooner or later. Therefore, when the ruins of God open, you must find a fragment of the world tree, then activate it and cultivate it into a sapling of the world tree. As long as you succeed, your future will reach unimaginable heights. But how can I find a fragment of the world tree? The ruins of God must be extremely large, right? Wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find it? Lin Feng asked. This leaf is the leaf of the world tree. The fire Qilin took out a leaf. It was the size of a palm. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and saw that there were many marks on the surface of that green light. These veins were like divine runes. He looked at it for a while. It made Lin Feng feel as if his head was about to split open. This leaf is so strange. Lin Feng quickly looked away. The pain in his head. Only then did it disappear. Take the leaf of the world tree. If you can really find a fragment of the world tree, you will be able to sense it. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and kept the leaf. I've given you the item. I should go. The Fire Qilin waved its claws. Aren't you coming with me? Lin Feng asked. The ruins of God will open for more than half a year, and during this time, I have to take care of something. We'll meet in the ruins of God. You can also go to the East Sea world in advance and familiarize yourself with it. The Fire Qilin said. Okay, Lin Feng nodded and said, Be careful. Don't worry. The Fire Qilin then left. The ruins of God, a fragment of the world tree. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now, Lin Feng was carrying the hatred of his family. His mother was still suppressed in the depths of the starry sky world by the nine-heaven god mourning coffin. His father had gone to save his mother, and it seemed that he would never return. Time was of the essence. He had to quickly raise his cultivation level. However, it was easier said than done to raise his cultivation level quickly. But now, the Fire Qilin had given Lin Feng hope to raise his cultivation level quickly. A fragment of the world tree. A sapling of the world tree. This time, he had to get the sapling of the world tree. The inner court was not peaceful during this period of time, because the inner court competition would start again in a year. In the inner court, there was no small competition. There was only a big competition. A big competition was held every 3 years to test the disciples' cultivation level. And the rewards of the big competition were extremely generous. First place in the big competition, the reward was the yin-yang creation pill. This pill could help a cultivator break through the yin-yang realm. Only this effect. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Other than that, the first place in the big competition would also be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He could also get the chance to enter the small world in a flash to cultivate. The small world in a flash. It was the sacred ground of the Blue Cloud sect. It was said that there was the law of time in that place. This was amazing. Cultivating in the small world in a flash for a day might be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. Cultivating in the small world for a month might be equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. Lin Feng now needed to seize life from the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to this big competition. Lin Feng estimated the time. There was still about half a year before the opening of the ruins of God, and the sect competition would take a year. It was just enough to miss it. Even if he came back from the ruins of God, he wouldn't miss the inner court competition. Lin Feng originally planned to invite Tian Zhongdao to the ruins of God, but Tian Zhongdao had something to deal with and left the sect. Lin Feng decided to go to the East Sea alone. On this day, the great elder Gua Yin sent someone to inform Lin Feng. He told him to go to the inner court disciples' hall. Lin Feng didn't know why Gua Yin had called him. He walked towards the inner court disciples' hall. When he arrived, he found that quite a number of disciples had gathered. Dozens of disciples even stopped outside the inner court disciples' hall, as if some important figure had arrived. What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's the woman that senior brother Huangfu Qingtian brought. A disciple sneered. Great senior brother Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng was surprised. Huangfu Qingtian wasn't an ordinary person. His reputation wasn't limited to the 72 northern states. He could even be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the entire Tianwu continent. Huangfu Qingtian was only 25 years old. He was already at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. This kind of cultivation was too terrifying. This woman was brought back to the sect by senior brother Huangfu 3 years ago. Now she's the manager of the Qingtian Peak of senior brother Huangfu Qingtian. Relying on senior brother Huangfu's reputation, this woman can be said to be high and mighty in the sect. She's even more ostentatious than many core disciples of the Yin-Yang realm. Another disciple said, "At this moment, several elders and a dozen deacons were surrounding the moon. A tall woman in a blue dress walked out of the hall. Seeing this woman, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. How could it be her?" Chapter 682. Look, General Manager Lu is coming out. To be able to serve as the general manager of eldest senior brother's Green Sky Peak and gain his trust, his status is naturally extraordinary. If I can enter eldest senior brother's Green Sky Peak as a guard, I will be able to make a meteoric rise. Eldest senior brother is a super genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Sooner or later, he will become a god-level powerhouse. Many people were talking about it, although the Blue Cloud sect had declined. However, the Blue Cloud sect had nurtured a peerless figure like Huangfu Qingtian. It could be said that he was shockingly talented. Lin Feng stared at the woman who walked out. He was slightly absent-minded, because no matter what, Lin Feng did not expect it to be this woman. Lu Mengyan, Zhenwu country, the master of the imperial capital. Wasn't this person one of the 8th Prince Long Haori's people? Lin Feng clearly remembered that he and Shangguan Feier went to eat. Then, the son of Lord Taishian, Long Yuxiao, was bold enough to tease Shangguan Feier. He was taught a lesson by Lin Feng. Later, this Lu Mengyan appeared. She even summoned the 12 Eagle Guards that the 8th Prince had sent to protect her to deal with Lin Feng. However, the 12 Eagle Guards were defeated by Lin Feng, and her guards were all destroyed by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's opinion, Lu Mengyan was just a clown. This woman, although she was good-looking, she could be called a beauty, but so what? In this world, there was no lack of beauties. And now, Lu Mengyan had become the general manager of the Green Sky Peak. How could a person like Lu Mengyan climb up to Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng could not understand this point. General Manager Lu, take care. The elders in the inner disciple hall all smiled and cupped their fists. They were very polite, because they knew that Lu Mengyan was valued by Huangfu Qingtian, and Huangfu Qingtian would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future, or even a god. That was why these elders were fawning over him. Lu Mengyan nodded slightly, although she was still a martial king. In front of these sect elders, she actually had a high and mighty attitude. As for those elders, they no longer felt that they were being humiliated. This was the status of the Green Sky Peak's general manager. No matter who it was, they had to look up to him. Lu Mengyan walked outside. In the distance, a crane cry could be heard. A huge immortal crane, hovering in the sky peak. This was the golden feather crane. This type of crane was not only fast in flight, furthermore, it was extremely intelligent. Fierce. His eyes coldly swept downwards. Many disciples felt a chill down their spines when they met the eyes of the golden-feathered immortal crane. "Sister Lu, please get on the crane." Lu Mengyan nodded and waved her hand. The extremely fierce golden-feathered immortal crane flew down and landed on the ground. Lu Mengyan was about to leave on her crane. Suddenly, her gaze froze. She looked at the crowd. "Twos." Lu Mengyan's voice became ethereal. "I really didn't expect to see you here." Lin Feng glanced at Lu Mengyan indifferently. Lu Mengyan obviously didn't expect it either. She smiled and said, "Let's find a place to talk." Lin Feng nodded. Together with Lu Mengyan, they found a quiet place. You're wanted everywhere in the eastern region, but you came to the desolate region. It's really unexpected. Lu Mengyan smiled at Lin Feng. She was flirtatious, but Lin Feng was unmoved. He asked curiously, "Aren't you the 8th Prince, Long Haori's man? Why are you in the Blue Cloud sect now?" and you even became the general manager of the Green Sky Peak. Don't you know that the 8th prince, Long Haori, was killed for plotting a rebellion? Lu Mengyan asked. Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't interested in knowing about the 8th prince's matters. Lu Mengyan said, although you and I had some unhappiness in the past, it wasn't a big grudge. To be able to meet again in the Blue Cloud sect is fate. Lin Feng, I'll give you a chance to soar. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not. Lu Mengyan said indifferently. Her high and mighty attitude made Lin Feng quite unhappy. However, when he thought about how Lu Mengyan had a high and mighty attitude towards those Yin-Yang realm elders, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a sentence. A sparrow becomes a phoenix. Lu Mengyan used to stay in the secular world, although she followed the 8th prince, but in front of a truly powerful force, not to mention the 8th prince. So what if it was the Zhenwu country? Now that she had joined a large sect like the Blue Cloud sect, she had become an important person of Huangfu Qingtian. Lu Mengyan seemed to have turned from a pauper to a billionaire in an instant. Therefore, it wasn't strange that she always had a high and mighty attitude. Lin Feng asked, "What's the matter?" Senior brother is currently forming an Azure Sky Guard with a total of 36 people. I think you have potential. How about I recommend you to join the Azure Sky Guard? Lu Mengyan said. Azure Sky Guard? What's that? Lin Feng frowned. It's equivalent to a death-sworn loyal to senior brother. Lu Mengyan said. Lin Feng said indifferently, death-sworn? Isn't that just a servant? Sorry, not interested. This wasn't a good job at all. Lin Feng had seen many deaths sworn. They were even worse than servants. For a master's order, they wouldn't hesitate to give up their lives. This was a death sworn. Lin Feng wouldn't become anyone's death sworn. Hearing Lin Feng reject her, Lu Mengyan's expression turned ugly. She continued, there are many who would love to have this opportunity, yet junior brother Lin actually rejected it? Lin Feng smiled and said, that's why I ask senior sister Lu to leave such a good position to someone else. I still have things to do here, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked towards the inner disciples' hall. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lu Mengyan coldly glanced at Lin Feng. An inner sect elite disciple called Sun Zizhou walked out from the shadows. Obviously, he had heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Lu Mengyan. Sun Zizhou coldly glanced at Lin Feng's back and said, he actually dares to refuse to become senior brother's death sworn. This brat, is he being shameless? Lu Mengyan sneered and said, there will always be some people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then she rode on the golden-feathered crane and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Now, Lin Feng's mind could wander the heavens. Therefore, when he left, he also left behind a strand of divine sense. He heard the conversation between Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou. Lin Feng knew that it was because he refused to become Huangfu Qingtian's death sworn. Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou had already developed hostility towards him. What a joke! The Clear Sky Peak must have many powerful disciples to rely on. Why didn't they choose one of them? Instead, they were recruiting outside. Obviously, everyone knows that becoming a death sworn is equivalent to becoming someone else's dog. If their master wants them to commit suicide, they can't refuse. They will completely lose their freedom and self. As a disciple of a large sect, their future is bright. Who would be willing to become a death sworn? This Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou actually hate me because I refused to become Huangfu Qingtian's death sworn. They really think too highly of themselves. It's best if they don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die without a burial ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He walked towards the inner disciples' hall. 2 hours later, Lin Feng walked out of the inner disciples' hall. A month later, Lin Feng left the Blue Cloud sect and headed for the East Sea. Ruins of God, World Tree. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hopeful look. If he could really obtain the fragment of the World Tree, then future achievements. Perhaps he could really reach the ancient gods, or even surpass them. Chapter 683. The East region bordered the East Sea. The Ao Lai Immortal Country was a famous ancient capital of the East region. There had always been rumors of immortals in the Ao Lai Immortal Country. Of course, the most famous one was the Huagua Mountain in the Ao Lai Country. At the border between the Ao Lai Country and the East Sea, white fog lingered. There was an immortal mountain called the Huagua Mountain. It was rumored that there was a strange stone at the peak of the East Sea. It had been formed since the beginning of the world and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the tides of the world. The strange stone produced a divine will. It had been nurtured for countless years. A stone monkey jumped out. This stone monkey was even more famous in the past. It was known as the sacred battle ape. It fought against the heavens and the earth. Who could compete against it? Countless years had passed, but the legend of the Huagua Mountain in the Ao Lai Country was still famous. On the shore of the East Sea, countless people looked into the depths. It was said that the Huagua Mountain was located in the depths of the white fog. Is there really a Huagua Mountain? A cultivator asked. An old cultivator stroked his beard and said, "Of course there is. It's a story passed down from generation to generation, so it can't be false. Whether or not there is a Huagua Mountain, let's go and check it out," a cultivator said, wanting to fly to the world shrouded in white fog. The old cultivator said indifferently, "The Huagua Mountain is in the depths of the white fog. Although it's not a land of death, it's said that it's even more terrifying." When he heard the old cultivator's words, the expression of the cultivator who wanted to go and check it out suddenly changed. What happened at the God Luo Cliff had already shaken the 3,000 provinces. It let the world know how terrifying a land of death was. In one night, within 100 miles, not a single blade of grass grew. Countless cultivators turned into ashes. Countless living beings turned into dust. If it was even more terrifying than a land of death, then the terror of the Huagua Mountain was unimaginable. "Has no one come out of the Huagua Mountain?" Lin Feng asked. "For countless years, no one has come out because it's said that they were cursed," the old cultivator said. "Curse? What curse?" Someone asked curiously. "It's said that back in the days, the Saint Battle Ape wreaked havoc in the celestial world. He almost destroyed the celestial world. Therefore, the 7 Buddhas of the celestial world joined hands and killed the Saint Battle Ape. They also cursed the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. The descendants of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit can't leave, and outsiders can't enter the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit," the old cultivator said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He did not know how trustworthy the old cultivator's words were. If it was true, the battle between the sacred battle ape and the 7 ancient Buddhas and the big shots of the undying realm must have shocked the world. "Little Feng, is that you?" At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw a handsome young man looking at him. "Sikong." Seeing this young man, Lin Feng's face immediately lit up. It was actually Sikong Jiayue. Back then, the two of them had met in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. At that time, they were only 16 or 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. "Good brother, I didn't think you'd come to the eastern region." Sikong Jiayue walked over and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Lin Feng also gave Sikong Xiaoyu a big hug. Old friends met again. Of course, it was something to be happy about. Let's go back to Glory-bound City. Sikong Xiaoyu said. Lin Feng nodded and followed Sikong Xiaoyu to Glory-bound City. Glory-bound City was not far away. It was about 20 miles away from the sea. Standing on the city wall, one could see the magnificent sea outside the Taishan building. There was a poem written by the sword celestial Li Taishan. Don't you see the water of the yellow river flowing from the sky to the sea? Don't you see the sad white hair in the mirror? Like black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. Drinking 300 cups at once. Master Tsen, Dan Xiuxing, when the wine is served, don't stop. I will sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive. I hope you will be drunk and not wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names behind. Kings of Chun used to feast and drink 10,000 cups of wine. Why do you say you have less money? You must drink it right. Multicolored horses, 1,000 gold fur coat, will be exchanged for fine wine. Together with you, the sorrow of eternity. Li Taishan loved wine as much as his life. In the past, he had lived in the Taishan building for more than 10 years. Now, the Taishan building had become a popular restaurant. Lin Feng and Si Kong Xiaoyu were there. They ordered some food and wine and chatted while eating. Lin Feng, where have you been? A few years ago, I went to the Eastern Prefecture to look for you, but I found that you were wanted everywhere in the Eastern Prefecture. Sikong Xiaoyu said. Is Ao Tian, ancient capital, looking for me? Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Sikong Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, it's Ao Tian, ancient capital. Many things have happened in the past few years. I left the Eastern Prefecture and joined the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng said. The Blue Cloud sect? The Blue Cloud sect in Huangyu? Sikong Xiaoyu asked. Lin Feng nodded. The Blue Cloud sect. What about now? Why did you come to the Eastern Prefecture? Sikong Xiaoyu asked curiously. The ruins of gods are about to open. I plan to go there. Lin Feng said. I've heard about it. I'm also preparing to go to the ruins of gods. Do you want to come with me? Sikong Xiaoyu smiled. Ha ha, we brothers can work together again. Cheers. Lin Feng raised his glass. Sikong Xiaoyu raised his glass and drank it. At night, Lin Feng followed Sikong Xiaoyu to the Sikong clan. The Sikong clan was located in the northwest part of Glory-bound City. There was a huge mansion there that covered an area of more than 1,000 acres. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a huge mansion in Glory-bound City. The Sikong clan wasn't simple. However, when Lin Feng entered the mansion, he felt that it was cold and cheerless. It was a huge mansion. It was so quiet that he couldn't see anyone. Sikong, where are your clansmen? Lin Feng asked curiously. Sikong Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. The Sikong clan only has me, my sister, 2 old servants, and a maid. Lin Feng nodded. When he saw Sikong Xiaoyu's lonely expression, he didn't ask any more questions. When they entered the mansion, a maid around 14 or 15 years old saw Sikong Xiaoyu and Lin Feng. She bowed to Sikong Xiaoyu. Young master, you're back. Sikong Xiaoyu nodded and pointed to the maid. This is my sister's personal maid. Her name is Rui. This is Lin Gongzi. Rui, greets Lin Gongzi, said the little girl shyly while bowing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Rui, go and prepare another room. Sikong Xiaoyu said. Yes, young master. I'll go now. Rue nodded and left. Sikong Jayua brought Lin Feng to a guest room. Because there were no servants in the house, Sikong Jayua had to pour tea himself. Not long after, a 16 or 17-year-old girl came over. This young girl was tall and slender, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. She was Sikong Jayua's younger sister, Sikong Xian Yen. Xian Yen, you came at the right time. This is the Lin Feng that I often tell you about. This is my sister, Xian Yen. Sikong Jayua smiled. Sikong Xian Yen bowed to Lin Feng and said, Xian Yen greets Big Brother Lin. Sikong Xian Yen's voice was gentle and beautiful. She seemed delicate and lovely. Chapter 684. After not seeing each other for so many years, Lin Feng and Sikong Jayua naturally had a lot to talk about. After Sikong Xinyan left, the two of them sat on the roof and drank while talking about their experiences over the years. Late at night, they were completely drunk. Lin Feng carried Sikong Jayua back to his room. Lin Feng often drank with the old drunkard, so his alcohol tolerance had long been trained. But obviously, Sikong Jayua's alcohol tolerance was much worse. Sikong Jayua was sleeping soundly on the bed. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. 36 cycles later, he was no longer drunk. Then, Lin Feng began to observe the movement of the 90,000 stars. On the morning of the first day, Lin Feng woke up. Big Brother Lin, is my brother here? I've made some soup. After drinking it, your body will feel much better. Sikong Xinyan said gently, your brother hasn't woken up yet. Let him sleep for a while. Lin Feng said, then please come with me, Big Brother Lin. Sikong Xinyan said with a red face. Lin Feng nodded and followed Sikong Xinyan to the dining room. Sikong Xinyan poured a bowl of soup for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng drank it, he felt warm all over. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sikong Xinyan was not only beautiful, but she was also gentle and pleasant. The new girl's cooking skills are too good. I haven't had such a delicious soup in many years. Lin Feng put down the bowl and chopsticks and said with a smile. Sikong Xinyan blushed slightly after being praised by Lin Feng and said, as long as you like it. Sikong Xinyan didn't stay for long. She was a girl, so she didn't want to spend too much time with Lin Feng. Lin Feng went outside. The warm sunlight shone down. He walked around the huge courtyard. The Sikong clan's land was too big. This mansion was most likely priceless. In front of a small courtyard, Lin Feng saw an old servant sitting in front of the stone steps, basking in the sun. Lin Feng walked over and greeted the old servant. The old servant smiled and said, it's rare to see someone as young and polite as you. Lin Feng smiled and said, respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue. The old servant smiled and said, even though that's the case, who still remembers these virtues? This young master must be the Lin Gongzi that Rue mentioned, right? Lin Feng nodded and said, that's me. It's been many years since I've seen the young master bring a friend home. In fact, it's been many years since I've seen the young master make friends. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, elder, the Sikong clan's mansion is so huge, so it should have a lot of people. Why are there only so few people left? The old servant sighed and said, in the early years, the Sikong clan was one of the 10 great clans in Glory-bound City. However, 10 years ago, the Sikong clan suffered a calamity. A calamity? Lin Feng frowned. The old servant nodded and said, the Sikong clan suffered some sort of curse, causing its clansmen to perish one by one. Even an almighty ancestor wasn't able to avoid this calamity. All the followers and guards of the Sikong clan fled successively. The servants also began to flee. Originally, fleeing servants were a crime punishable by death, but back then, the master was merciful and ordered all the servants to be released. In the end, only young Master Yu and Miss Xian Yen survived. As for the servants, they all ran away. Just like that, the huge Sikong clan declined. Lin Feng could more or less guess what happened next. Only 2 loyal old servants, and Rue, who had no one to rely on, were left behind. Under the care of the 2 old servants, Sikong Jiayue and Sikong Xian Yen grew up. Why did this happen? Why did such a powerful clan die one after another? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this matter was too unusual. Such a huge clan had an almighty expert overseeing it. However, because of a curse, their clansmen had died tragically. Was it really a curse, or was there some other reason? This was the enmity of a clan extermination. No wonder Sikong Jiayue cultivated so desperately. He had to bear the burden of such a tragedy. Sikong Jiayue naturally had to cultivate desperately. At noon, Sikong Jiayue finally woke up. He had slept for a long time. He had never slept so peacefully before. Lin Feng went deeper into the mansion, and Sikong Jiayue was finally able to sleep peacefully. This was because Sikong Jiayue knew, no matter what happened, Lin Feng would be the first to notice. In the afternoon, a group of more than 20 people came to the Sikong estate. The leader was a 26 or 27-year-old young master. This person was called Tuoba Yun. He had an arrogant look on his face. Lin Feng discovered that this person's cultivation was not simple. He was actually an yin-yang realm cultivator. Seeing these people arrive, Sikong Xian Yen hid behind Sikong Jiayue in fear. Tuoba Yun, why did you come to the Sikong estate again? Didn't I already say that? The Sikong estate is not for sale. Sikong Jiayue said in a low voice. Sikong Jiayue, the Sikong estate is already dead. What's the point of guarding this estate? Do you think the Sikong estate was one of the 10 great clans of Glorybound City? Stop daydreaming. Your Sikong clan has long declined. Now, my Tuoba clan has taken over your Sikong clan's position, and this mansion is in line with my Tuoba clan's current status. Sell it to us honestly, and you and your sister will be safe and sound. I think you don't want to see your sister being raped by a group of men in a brothel one day, right? Tuoba Yun's lustful eyes looked towards Sikong Xinyan. Ha! This little girl is Shui Ling. Just looking at her makes me want to fuck her. The other members of the Tuoba estate laughed lustfully. Sikong Xian Yen was so scared that she started trembling. Bastard, you're courting death, shouted Sikong Jiayue furiously. He punched at Tuoba Yun. Tuoba Yun's cultivation level was obviously much higher than Sikong Jiayue's. He smiled coldly and appeared in front of Sikong Jiayue. He threw a punch at him. Sikong Jiayue's face turned pale. He realized that he couldn't dodge this attack. After the Sikong estate declined, only this estate was left. The rest of the items had long been plundered clean by the various major forces. They didn't even have any cultivation resources left. Sikong Jiayue was able to reach the 10th layer of the Martial King layer at the age of 21. It was extremely difficult, but so what if he was at the 10th layer of the Martial King layer? Compared to Tuoba Yun, who was at the yin-yang realm, he was much weaker. You're just a piece of trash. You dare attack me? Said Tuoba Yun disdainfully. Brother, Sikong Xian Yan's face turned pale. Crack! Tuoba Yun's attack was about to hit Sikong Jiayue. Suddenly, Tuoba Yun's wrist was grabbed. Chapter 685. Brat, who are you? Tuoba Yun looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let him go. Sikong Jiayue grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said, they really couldn't afford to offend the Tuoba family. Sikong Jiayue didn't want to implicate Lin Feng because of his own matters. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew what Sikong Jiayue was worried about. He nodded and let go of Tuobian's hand. The Sikong family doesn't welcome you. F***CK. Where did this brat come from? How dare he interfere with the Tuoba family's matters? Does he not want to live anymore? A cultivator from the Tuoba family cursed arrogantly. Whoosh! In the next moment, he only saw a figure flash in front of him. Lin Feng came to his side. Then he slapped him. Slap! The heavy slap landed on the cultivator's face. The cultivator from the Tuoba family was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! The cultivator from the Tuoba family fell to the ground. His face had been smashed by Lin Feng. He immediately fainted. You're courting death. The rest of the people were furious. Tuobian's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, you dare to attack? How dare you disrespect me? You're courting death." Lin Feng sneered. "Let's attack together and kill this brat. How dare he hurt someone from the Tuoba family? He's courting death. This brat must die." The cultivators from the Tuoba family were extremely arrogant. They sneered and wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by Tuoba Yun. This was because Tuoba Yun wasn't sure about Lin Feng's background. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, this matter won't end so easily." Then, Tuoba Yun led the cultivators from the Tuoba family away. Lin Feng didn't take Tuoba Yun's threat seriously. If not for Sikong Jiayue and Sikong Xinyan, the cultivators from the Tuoba family were already dead. After killing them, he would just leave this place. However, Sikong Jiayue, Sikong Xinyan, the two old servants, and Rue still had to live here. Lin Feng suppressed the killing intent in his heart. "Lin Feng, I've implicated you." Sikong Jiayue sighed and said, "Hurry up and leave Aolai City. I'm worried that the Tuoba family will hate you." Lin Feng said, "You and I went through life and death together on the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. We've gone through thick and thin together. How can I leave at a time like this?" Sikong Jiayue was both touched and worried about Lin Feng's safety. However, he understood Lin Feng's character. If Lin Feng didn't want to leave, he would leave. No matter how he persuaded, Lin Feng would not leave. "I hope the Tuoba clan won't go too far," Sikong Jiayue said gloomily. "Thank you, Brother Lin." At that moment, Sikong Xinyan's face regained some color. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let those people bully you." Sikong Xinyan nodded her head heavily, tears falling from her big eyes. Lin Feng rubbed her head. However, his eyes gradually turned cold. He and Sikong Jiayue had gone through life and death together. They were like brothers. Sikong Jiayue's younger sister. She was Lin Feng's younger sister. Tuoba Yun actually dared to use Sikong Xinyan to threaten Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng wanted to kill Tuoba Yun. However, this place wasn't suitable for fighting. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't make a move. At night, in the Sikong clan's ancestral hall, Sikong Jiayue knelt in front of the ancestors and muttered to himself, "I, Sikong Jiayue, am unfilial." Now, the Sikong clan's ancestral hall that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years is about to be destroyed. If we really can't protect this ancestral hall, I, Sikong Jiayue, hope the ancestors can forgive me. The Sikong clan only has me and my younger sister, Sikong Xinyan. My life is worthless, so even if I die, I hope that my younger sister can live well. Lin Feng, who was leaning against a pillar, looked at Sikong Jiayue's trembling body and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Sikong Jiayue hadn't had it easy these past few years. Perhaps this ancestral hall was his last hope, but now, in order to protect his younger sister, he seemed to have wavered. Tuoba Yun used Sikong Sinyan to threaten Sikong Jayue, which made Sikong Jayue very afraid. If Sikong Sinyan was really sold to a brothel, Sikong Jayue didn't dare to think about it. He could die, but nothing could happen to Sikong Sinyan. Late at night, the Tuoba clan's group left Wanhua Building. The nightlife of these aristocratic clans' disciples was naturally very exciting. As for Wanhua Building, it was where the most beautiful women gathered. It was the favorite place of these aristocratic clans' disciples. More than 10 people walked on the street. There was only one street left from Tuoba clan's residence. It was quiet here, completely different from the bustling scene on the other streets. The few streets outside these large clans would often have a curfew to prevent them from being disturbed. Tuoba Yun and the others walked towards Tuoba clan's residence while talking about the women in Wanhua Building, occasionally letting out lewd laughter. Suddenly, someone said, "If you ask me, although the women in Wanhua Building are pretty, they have a bit of a prostitute. Sikong Jayue's younger sister, Sikong Sinyan, is the real deal. Although she's young, she's tall and has a pretty face. Most importantly, she's so tender that it's like water." Haha, that's right. That Sikong Sinyan is indeed a stunner. Just thinking about that girl makes my body burn with desire. Another Sikong clan's cultivator said. The group of people laughed lewdly as they discussed Sikong Sinyan. Tuoba Yun said, "Isn't it easy to get Sikong Sinyan? Can that trash Sikong Jayue stop us? In a few days, we'll bring Tuoba Lai with us. If Sikong Jayue cooperates with us, then we'll forget about it. If he doesn't, then we'll capture that girl and have some fun tonight." Haha, I can't wait. Me too. I really want to do that girl now. The group of Tuoba clan's cultivators laughed lewdly. Their lewd laughter echoed in the empty street. Someone said, "What if that brat Sikong Jayue cooperates? Then we won't be able to play with Sikong Sinyan." Hihi, Sikong Jayue is occupying Sikong Mansion. Many people are paying attention to him. We still have to be careful when dealing with him, but if he doesn't even have a mansion, who will pay attention to him? At that time, it'll be easier to act. Tuoba Yun sneered. "Young Master Yun, what do you mean? Kill Sikong Jayue? Take the money he got from selling his mansion? Then capture Sikong Sinyan. Let's have some fun." A Tuoba clan's cultivator said. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "That's what I meant. You're worth teaching." Young Master Yun is wise. The group of people immediately started flattering Tuoba Yun. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, look, there's someone walking over." "Who's that guy? He dares to wander around our Tuoba clan's streets in the middle of the night? Is he tired of living?" Immediately, a member of the Tuoba family laughed coldly. He looked at the figure walking over from the street in the distance with a cold gaze. Chapter 686. The blurry figure approached from afar. Finally, Tuoba Yun and the others saw his face clearly. "It's you?" Tuoba Yun narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a cold light. He recognized Lin Feng. The other members of the Tuoba family also recognized him. Wasn't this the kid from the Sikong family? Why was he here? But then these people sneered. This kid had run to the Tuoba family's base recklessly. Was he here to die? Tuoba Yun waved his hand, and the cultivators of the Tuoba family quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. "How dare you come to the Tuoba family? You really don't know what's good for you." Tuoba Yun's eyes were cold, and they flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked up. He didn't say anything, but walked toward Tuoba Yun. "Kill this kid," Tuoba Yun ordered coldly. The cultivators of the Tuoba family knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not simple, so they chose to attack from afar. One by one, they took out their powerful Dharma treasures. Buzz! Intense vibrations swept through the sky and surged out. Incredible treasures flew towards Lin Feng one after another. Flying swords, jade ruler, cold battle axe, and so on. Every single weapon was extremely powerful as they blasted toward Yi Futian. These people all had cold and sinister expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was strong. But so what? No matter how strong he was, even if he was besieged by this group of people, he would still die. Moreover, they had an Yin-Yang realm cultivator on their side. The powerful Dharma treasures were about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng slashed out with Sky Splitter. Buzz. Intense vibrations surged out, sweeping through the sky and the earth. A destructive power suddenly erupted. 100-foot-long blade light swept out. Clang, clang. Under the attack of the 100-foot-long blade light, the Dharma treasures were instantly torn apart and destroyed. Then, the terrifying blade light swept toward the cultivators of the Tuoba family. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The cultivators of the Tuoba family died on the spot. The rest of the people's faces abruptly changed. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful. Tuoba Yun said in a low voice, "This brat is incredibly savage. Send out a signal to the Tuoba family's patrolling guards. When the experts arrive, they'll capture this brat alive and make sure he dies without a corpse." Yes. Immediately, a cultivator from the Tuoba family sent out a signal. A firework soared into the sky. However, the flame was extinguished in an instant. A great formation? Tuoba Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right, it's a great array. I forgot to tell everyone that I'm an Earth Rank Array Master." What? An Earth Rank Array Master? Tuoba Yun and the others were almost scared to death by Lin Feng's words. An Earth Rank Spirit Array Master would at least have a soul at the creation realm. Could it be that this fellow in front of him possessed a soul at the creation realm? This was simply unbelievable. However, there seemed to be a voice in everyone's heart telling them that everything Lin Feng said was true. Tuoba Yun and the others also knew what an Earth Rank Spirit Array Master meant. Even an Yin-Yang realm cultivator would be exhausted in front of an array set up by an Earth Rank Spirit Array Master. Tuoba Yun sensed for a moment and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although there was a great formation here, Tuoba Yun discovered that the great formation here was just a simple illusion array. There was no killing array. If it was just an illusion array, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Tuoba Yun said coldly, "Brat, are you making an enemy out of us for the Sikong family? What benefits did the Sikong family give you? The Tuoba family will give you double. How about that? Benefits?" Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. "Sikong Jiayue is my brother, and Sikong Xingyan is my sister. You bastards actually dared to bully my brother and sister. Only death awaits you. Go, let's kill him together." Tuoba Yun saw that Lin Feng was stubborn and immediately shouted coldly. Boom, boom, boom. A group of experts attacked one after another. All kinds of magic treasures attacked Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dealing with these people was as easy as blowing off dust. A sky-splitting slash was unleashed. Instantly, the experts of the Tuoba family were killed one after another. Tuoba Yun was also forced to retreat. Tuoba Yun was a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. However, he was only at the first firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. He was no match for Lin Feng. "Martial Soul, activate!" Tuoba Yun shouted coldly. Then, a cold light shot out from his dantian. Purple lightning intertwined. A sort of lightning condensed within the lightning. It was the sword of lightning. It quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Brat, my sword of lightning has the most violent attack. Let's see how you block it. Tuoba Yun was obviously very confident in his martial soul and sneered. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. It's just a trash martial soul. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 devouring martial souls revolved. 5 distorted black holes appeared, and the sword of lightning was instantly devoured. No, how is this possible? Tuoba Yun roared in disbelief. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed towards Tuoba Yun. Tuoba Yun was shocked. He quickly retreated. However, Tuoba Yun suddenly realized that his body seemed to be restrained by some terrifying power. He couldn't move. In the next moment, Tuoba Yun felt a sharp pain in his dantian. He screamed as his body flew backwards. He fell to the ground with a thump. His body twitched violently. Tuoba Yun vomited blood. His face was pale. He was shocked to find that his dantian, it had been destroyed. Ah, you crippled me. You actually crippled my dantian. Brat, you will die a horrible death. The Tuoba family will not let you off. Tuoba Yun's face was ashen. In his eyes, there was endless hatred. Lin Feng sneered. The Tuoba family is just an ancient family. If I break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I will be able to uproot the Tuoba family. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slashed out with sword chi. Puff! A piece of Tuoba Yun's flesh was instantly torn off. Tuoba Yun screamed again and again. Puff, puff, puff. Dense sword chi slashed out. Tuoba Yun's flesh was torn off piece by piece. Kill me! Tuoba Yun's body twitched in pain as he begged loudly. Kill you? Wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? Lin Feng's gaze was extremely cold. When facing an enemy, Lin Feng would never show mercy. His methods ruthless and merciless. The dense sword chi slashed towards Tuoba Yun. Shrill screams could be heard. The Tuoba family's residence was just 1 street away. However, this place was sealed by an illusion array. Tuoba Yun was destined to be unable to ask for help from his family. Tuoba Yun looked at Lin Feng in fear. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke such a demon? While he was filled with endless fear and regret, Tuoba Yun was executed by Lin Feng. Chapter 687. Glorybound City. The Tuoba family's higher-ups roared furiously. Who? Who is it? Who dares to kill so many of my Tuoba family's experts? Investigate. No matter who it is, we must make them pay with their blood. The Tuoba family's higher-ups were about to go crazy. Just across the street from the Tuoba family, a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. More than 10 peak martial king cultivators. They were all killed just like that. Tuoba Yun, who was at the Yin-Yang realm, was executed by 1,000 cuts. Was this a provocation to the Tuoba family? News of Tuoba Yun's death quickly spread throughout Glorybound City. This matter caused a huge uproar. However, this matter also made many people clap their hands in joy. Tuoba Yun was arrogant. Many people in Glorybound City had been bullied by him. However, Tuoba Yun was at the Yin-Yang realm. He also had the backing of the Tuoba family, who dared to offend Tuoba Yun. Everyone could only swallow their anger. Now, Tuoba Yun had been executed by 1,000 cuts. This was simply too satisfying. Everyone was talking about this matter. Just across the street from the Tuoba family, someone had actually killed so many of their experts. Furthermore, the Tuoba family had not been alarmed. How terrifying was the person who had done this? Young master, young miss, something big has happened outside. Rue returned from grocery shopping in the morning with a happy expression. Sikong Sinyan asked, "What happened?" That despicable Tuoba Yun and more than 10 experts of the Tuoba family were killed last night. I heard that Tuoba Yun was executed by 1,000 cuts. Many people are talking about this. Said, "Ah, there's such a thing?" Sikong Sinyan cried out in surprise. She covered her mouth with her small hand to hide her shock. Sikong Jayue was also shocked. Who had killed Tuoba Yun? Sikong Jayue suddenly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sikong, come with me." Sikong Jayue nodded. "Brother Lin, what do you want to talk about?" Sikong Sinyan was confused. When they arrived at Lin Feng's room, Sikong Jayue impatiently asked, "Lin Feng, did you do it?" Lin Feng nodded. Sikong Jayue's face was filled with shock and emotion. He did not expect that Lin Feng's strength was already so powerful. Lin Feng took out a golden flame fruit. This was what he had obtained from the magnetic fog lake. At that time, Lin Feng obtained a total of 3 golden flame fruits. The golden flame fruit was a heavenly treasure. It could help a cultivator break through to the yin-yang realm. This was a treasure that countless people would go crazy for. Good stuff. He wanted to share it with his family and friends. Sikong, I can see that your celestial court is shining. It seems like you're about to break through to the yin and yang layer, but breaking through to the yin and yang layer isn't easy. Take this golden fire fruit. It'll help you break through to the yin and yang layer. Lin Feng said, "Is this the legendary golden fire fruit?" Sikong Jayue's face was filled with shock. Golden flame fruit. Naturally, he had heard of it, but he had never seen her before. Now, there was a golden flame fruit in front of him. The shock in his heart was naturally indescribable. You'll need a golden flame fruit when you break through. I can't take this golden flame fruit. Sikong Jayue shook his head. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have 2 more here. You have a lot of good stuff." Sikong Jayue was stunned. Then he punched Lin Feng's chest. But then Sikong Jayue looked at Lin Feng sincerely and gratefully and said, "Brother, I can't say thank you because it's too pretentious." Lin Feng knew that Sikong Jayue was under a lot of pressure. The tragic death of his clansmen, blood feud, his sister's safety, the persecution of the Tuoba family, everything was weighing down on his shoulders. He was really eager to break through to the yin and yang layer. Lin Feng said, "You and I are brothers. There's no need to say anything. Go and refine the golden flame fruit." "Okay." Sikong Jayue nodded heavily. Then he returned to his room to refine the golden flame fruit. One day later, waves of shocking waves spread out from Sikong Jayue's room. "Ha ha ha, I finally broke through. I finally broke through to the yin and yang layer," Sikong Jayue said excitedly. "Brother, you broke through. That's great." Sikong Sinyan clapped her hands excitedly. Lin Feng smiled. "Sikong has also broken through to the yin-yang realm. I should wait a bit longer and hope that I can find a fragment of the world tree. I'll activate it and plant it in my dantian. With the help of the world tree, I'll be able to increase my battle power by 12 times." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought. At night, Sikong Sinyan prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate Sikong Jayue's breakthrough. At that moment, someone delivered a letter. It said that the young geniuses of Glorybound City would be gathering in 3 days at Wanhua Building. This kind of gathering is held every year, but I haven't been there for many years, Sikong Jayue said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This kind of gathering is quite interesting. We can go together this year." Sikong Jayue nodded. Time flew by quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng, Sikong Jayue, and Sikong Sinyan went to Wanhua Building together. The entire street had been sealed off. Many people had surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone looked enviously at the beast-drawn carriages passing by on the street, and they were discussing who was sitting inside the carriages. Those who could attend the gathering of the young geniuses of Glory-Bound City were all disciples of influential families. Lin Feng and the other two's carriage stopped in front of Wanhua Building. The three of them got off the carriage and walked towards Wanhua Building. Wanhua Building was bustling with people. They were all disciples of powerful families. Even if they weren't from the main family, they were still geniuses from the side branches. Tuobalai is here. Someone shouted from outside. Tuobalai was 28 years old, but he had already broken through to the third sky of the yin-yang layer. His talent was astonishing. He could become an almighty cultivator in the future. His arrival naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators went up to greet Tuobalai. Tuobalai entered Wanhua Building, surrounded by a myriad of people. Geniuses of the younger generation arrived one after another. Every yin-yang realm genius could cause cheers and exclamations. Yen Ruyu is here. There was a huge commotion outside. Many people rushed outside. Yen Ruyu? Who is she? How did she cause such a huge commotion? Lin Feng was astonished. Yen Ruyu is one of the 10 great beauties of the eastern region. She's the princess of Glory-Bound Country. Sikong Jiayue said. Glory-Bound City was the capital of Glory-Bound Country. Now that Yen Ruyu had come to the gathering of the young geniuses, it would attract even more attention. Chapter 688. Yen Ruyu was wearing white clothes. He walked into the 10,000 flower building, surrounded by a myriad of stars. She attracted the attention of many geniuses. Burning gazes were directed at Yen Ruyu. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the eastern region. She was extremely famous. Moreover, she was extremely talented. She had reached the yin-yang layer a long time ago. It could be said that Yen Ruyu was a goddess to many people of her age. It was not surprising that her arrival had caused such a big sensation. Princess Ruyu. Many geniuses from large clans bowed to Yen Ruyu. We are of the same generation. You don't need to be so formal. Yen Ruyu smiled. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. No one dared to look at her directly. Her every move exuded a noble aura. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a goddess. Lin Feng looked indifferent when facing Yen Ruyu. He had seen many beautiful women, such as Nangong Mingyue, Feng Yaorao, Lu Piaomiao, and so on. They were all as beautiful as Yen Ruyu. Among the younger generation of Ao Lai country, Yen Ruyu can be considered one of the leaders. She is very influential and has gathered many geniuses around her, said Sikong Jiayue. She was very talented. Ruyu, you're here too. At that moment, a man in golden clothes walked over. This man was extraordinarily handsome. He walked over with a majestic gait, as if he was the son of a god. His temperament was extraordinary. Many people were astonished. They went over to greet him. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary status. Who is that? Asked Lin Feng. He's Jin Tianlong, the genius of the Jin clan. He has awakened a dragon martial spirit. It's extremely terrifying, said Sikong Jiayue. Brother Jin. Yen Ruyu smiled faintly. She did not appear too distant, but she also did not appear too intimate. It's much more lively this year. Someone shouted arrogantly. A woman slowly walked over. This woman's figure was enchanting and moving. Her curvaceous body perfectly displayed her hot figure in front of everyone. She was also a woman who could be called a stunner. Her temperament was different from Yen Ruyu's. That woman gave people the impression that she was passionate like fire. Of course, another word to describe it would be flirtatious. Hu Qianjiao, This is the young miss of the Hua clan, one of the 10 great clans. Sikong Jiayue whispered. Hua Qianjiao was also one of the top 10 beauties of the eastern region. She and Yan Ruyu were known as the twin pearls of Olai. Both of them possessed unparalleled beauty, although their temperaments were different. However, all of them were extremely popular. Some people liked women like Yan Ruyu, who was noble and cold. Naturally, there were also people who liked a seductive and charming woman like Hua Qianjiao. Many people had gathered around them. I didn't think that the princess would also come to the gathering. It's really rare. This is the princess's first time here, right? I wonder what attracted the princess here this year. Hua Qianjiao looked at Yan Ruyu with a faint smile. Yan Ruyu smiled and said, I was admiring flowers in the imperial palace when I suddenly remembered that there was a gathering today. So I came out. I wanted to get closer to everyone. I'm honored that the princess would want to get close to us. Hua Qianjiao chuckled. Lin Feng said, these two don't seem to get along. Sikong Jiayue nodded and said, in the past, they were like sisters, but later on, something happened that caused their relationship to turn cold. Whenever they meet, it's inevitable that there will be some disputes. The others naturally knew that they couldn't let Yan Ruyu and Hua Qianjiao continue arguing like this. A young man called Lan Su smiled and changed the topic. The ruins of God will open soon. Does anyone have any plans to go there? This topic attracted many people's attention and interest. A woman called Tuoba Qian, who was next to Tuoba Lai, said, the opening of the ruins of God is an opportunity for anyone. Naturally, no one should miss it. A young man called Su Wei shook his head and said, the ruins of God are the battlefields of the gods. There are many opportunities, but it's also dangerous. I'm sure everyone knows what happened at Godfallen Cliff. So before entering such a dangerous place, you should think carefully about whether you have the strength to take the risk. Many people nodded. The incident at Godfallen Cliff had a huge impact on everyone. I heard that the ancient powers are investigating what happened at Godfallen Cliff. How's the investigation going? One of the geniuses said. Is there even a need to investigate? Something terrifying must have happened in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Death. I've only heard that the Forbidden Land of Death is terrifying, but I've never experienced it myself. Now, I know how terrifying it is. Someone sighed. There are many places in the ruins of God that are even more dangerous than the Forbidden Land of Death. Someone said. Many people frowned. They had no choice but to consider whether they should take the risk in the ruins of God. Sikong, you're here too? A surprised voice was heard. A young man in cyan clothes looked over and saw Sikong Jiayue. He was called Tang Xingyao. He was from one of the 10 great clans, the Tang clan. Sikong Jiayue nodded and chatted with Tang Xingyao. Not far away, Yan Ruyu, Hua Qianjiao, Jin Tianlong, Tuoba Lai, and the others also noticed them. When they saw Sikong Jiayue, they all had strange expressions. Some were indifferent, some were sneering, and some were disdainful. The Sikong clan had declined. Naturally, there was no lack of snobs. Sister Xinyan, you're here too. We haven't seen each other in 3 or 4 years, right? Hua Qianjiao smiled at Sikong Xinyan. Sister Qianjiao. Sikong Xinyan bowed, slightly. Let's go to the pavilion on the 3rd floor. There will be a small trade fair there soon. Perhaps there will be many good things there. Tuoba Lai smiled. The group of people headed to the 3rd floor. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to go there. At the top of the stairs, Tuoba Lai glanced at Lin Feng and said, Sikong, is this your friend? Sikong Jiayue nodded. Indeed. What's the matter? Tuoba Lai smiled. Not everyone is qualified to go to the pavilion on the 3rd floor. You and Sikong Sinyan can go there, but we have to give face to your Sikong clan's ancestor. As for your friend, he doesn't even have the right to enter the third floor. You should know how to deal with this, right? Tuobalai's lips curled into a sneer. He could naturally sense Lin Feng's cultivation. He was only a 10th layer martial king. Such a person wasn't even qualified to talk to him. Clearly, Tuobalai wanted to use Lin Feng to humiliate Sikong Jiayue. The others frowned, but they didn't say anything. After all, offending Tuobalai for Sikong Jiayue wasn't worth it. As for Lin Feng, the others didn't think much of him either. A 10th layer martial king was already pretty good. However, in front of the 10 great clans, he was nothing. Don't go too far. Sikong Jiayue's expression darkened. He clenched his fists. What? Did I say something wrong? Only the disciples of the 10 great clans can go to the third floor, and only the geniuses of the Inyang realm can go there. Not just anyone can go there. Tuobalai sneered. Why aren't you all coming up? At that moment, a gentle voice came from the third floor. Everyone looked over and saw a white-clothed woman with a veil over her face appear. Heavens, it's Bai Xingyi. When the woman appeared, the entire Myriad Flower Building went into an uproar. Myriad Flower Building wasn't an ordinary faction. Myriad Flower Building was spread all over the Tianwu continent. Although they didn't participate in the conflicts of the Tianwu continent. However, everyone knew how terrifying the 10,000 Flower Building was. It was unknown how many powerhouses this faction had roped in. The strength of this faction was something that even some ancient factions couldn't compare to. Bai Xingyi was one of the 12 holy maidens of Myriad Flower Building. She had a high status. She was comparable to a direct descendant of an ancient faction. She was comparable to the eldest princess of an ancient empire, like the Great Zhou Empire. In the future, Bai Xingyi might become the leader of Myriad Flower Building. Ao Lai Immortal Country was just an ancient faction. They were nothing in front of Myriad Flower Building. No one had expected Bai Xingyi to appear in Ao Lai City's Myriad Flower Building. After seeing Bai Xingyi, even Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, Hu Qianjiao, and the other geniuses bowed slightly to Yan Ruyu. Their cultivation levels might be comparable to Bai Xingyi's. However, the factions behind them were much weaker than Bai Xingyi's. Naturally, their status couldn't compare to Bai Xingyi's. Bai Xingyi nodded slightly when she saw these people bowing to her. She said, "Let's go. 2 other friends are here too." All the geniuses perked up. How could Bai Xingyi call them friends? Could they also be descendants of ancient factions? The geniuses from Ao Lai Immortal Country were excited. Of course, they wanted to make friends with the descendants of the most powerful factions. Many people looked enviously at the 30 or so disciples of the 10 great clans on the second floor. They also wanted to go to the private room on the third floor. However, they weren't qualified. At that moment, Bai Xingyi, who was about to leave, suddenly paused. She looked at the crowd and revealed a look of surprise. "Lin Gongzi, you're also in the East region? Are you going to the ruins of God?" Bai Xingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes followed Bai Xingyi's gaze. Everyone saw the young cultivator standing beside Sikong Jiayue. Many people's expressions were very interesting. Tuobalai had just mocked that not just anyone was qualified to enter the private room on the third floor. However, in the blink of an eye, the high and mighty Bai Xingyi had appeared. When the geniuses from Ao Lai Immortal Country greeted Bai Xingyi, she merely nodded her head. However, when Bai Xingyi saw Lin Feng, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She was so enthusiastic about Lin Feng. "Fairy Bai, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. You're still as elegant as ever." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Feng had met Bai Xingyi in northern Wilderness City. Bai Xingyi said, "The other two friends have also wanted to get to know Lin Gongzi. I didn't expect to see Lin Gongzi today. It seems that we are fated to meet." Seeing Bai Xingyi and Lin Feng talking so enthusiastically, Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, Hu Qianjiao, and the others were shocked. Who was this person? How could Bai Xingyi be so enthusiastic about him? Bai Xingyi didn't pay much attention to them. Tuoba Lai's face turned green and white. He had just mocked Lin Feng for not being qualified to enter the private room on the third floor. Now, it was as if he had been slapped in the face. Chapter 689. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Feng. They were observing his every move. Everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. For Bai Xingyi to befriend him, he must have an extraordinary background. He must be very terrifying. Even though Lin Feng looked like a cultivator of the Huangqi layer, he was still a cultivator of the Huangqi layer. But nobody thought that Lin Feng was really a cultivator of the Martial King layer. A Martial King cultivator? Was he worth Bai Xingyi befriending? Some cultivation techniques could hide one's cultivation level. Lin Feng glanced at Tuoba Lai with a faint smile and said, "Someone said that I'm not qualified to go to the third floor." Here comes the show. Many people's spirits were suddenly lifted. Everyone knew who Lin Feng was talking about. The Tuoba family had replaced the Sikong family as one of the top 10 families in Glorybound City. The disciples of the Tuoba family had become more and more high profile. Of course, to put it nicely, they were high profile. To put it bluntly, they were arrogant and despotic. Naturally, many people didn't like it. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't a guy who would swallow his anger. "Oh, who said that Lin Gongzi isn't qualified to enter the third floor's private room?" Bai Xingyi's gentle eyes suddenly had a hint of coldness. Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, and the others all turned to look at Tuoba Lai. "Who are you?" Bai Xingyi asked Tuoba Lai. The corners of Tuoba Lai's mouth twitched violently. He was a direct descendant of the Tuoba family. Bai Xingyi didn't even know him. Bai Xingyi asked him who he was in front of so many people. It was like being slapped in the face again and again. Tuoba Lai was so aggrieved. He could only feel a raging flame burning in his chest. It was as if his body was going to ignite. However, no matter how aggrieved he was, no matter how angry he was, Tuoba Lai didn't dare to get angry, because Bai Xingyi wasn't someone he could afford to offend. "I'm Tuoba Lai from the Tuoba family," Tuoba Lai said. "So you're from the Tuoba family. Who else is from the Tuoba family?" Bai Xingyi glanced at the others. Tuoba Qian and Tuoba Fei also walked out. These two people were also disciples of the Tuoba family. "You can leave now. Pass down my orders. From now on, 10,000 Flower Building will not welcome anyone from the Tuoba family," Bai Xingyi said calmly. Boom. The entire 10,000 Flowers Building was in an uproar. No one would have thought that because of a single sentence from Lin Feng. Thus, Myriad Flower Building cut off all ties with the Tuoba family, which had been on good terms with them. Moreover, he was so decisive. Everyone knew. He was weighing the pros and cons between the Tuoba family and Lin Feng. Bai Xingyi chose Lin Feng without hesitation. "Please, or do you want us to attack?" Two silhouettes appeared without a sound. He didn't even know if they were male or female, because they were shrouded in white mist. The space around them was slightly distorted. This was Bai Xingyi's protector. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying his cultivation was. "Let's go." Tuoba Lai's voice was gloomy. He glanced at Lin Feng viciously, then left with Tuoba Qian and Tuoba Fei. Jin Tianlong and the others smiled bitterly. They didn't expect this to happen. Soon, they sighed inwardly. If they had known that this person was so extraordinary, they should have befriended him. But now, they probably didn't have the chance. Will it cause trouble for you? Lin Feng smiled faintly. A mere Tuoba family is nothing to 10,000 flower building. Bai Xingyi smiled casually. The Tuoba family was indeed nothing compared to 10,000 flower building. Lin Feng and Bai Xingyi stood side by side and walked toward the private room on the 3rd floor together. Soon, they arrived at the private room where the gathering was held. When they entered, they saw 2 young cultivators sitting inside. One of them was wearing a green robe. Although he was sitting in a private room, he gave off a feeling that the place he was sitting on was empty. Human and void compatibility. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The green-robed cultivator was definitely not simple. The other person was wearing a purple robe. His body emitted a fiery aura. Dao Wuxiu, Sheng Tianyang. Jin Tianlong recognized the 2 of them and immediately exclaimed. The others were also shocked. So it's them. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the minor creation roll recorded in the celestial records. The minor creation roll listed some of the top geniuses of the younger generation. Although they were very young, their cultivation was close to the creation realm. They were catching up with the older generation. There were only a few people like them in the Tianwu continent. Dao Wuxiu and Sheng Tianyang were on the minor creation roll. Dao Wuxiu was the successor of the primordial age, the Xiuqian Dao Palace. It was a Daoist faction. As mentioned before, the Daoist faction was very mysterious. Very few people were born. However, once the disciples of the Daoist faction were born, they would definitely be outstanding. Dao Wuxiu was such a person. It was rumored that he had the void Dao body. He was born with the ability to be one with the void. Once he used the void Dao body, his body was like a ghost as he merged with the void. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. It was obvious that Dao Wuxiu had a special body constitution. Everyone could have a martial soul. However, those with a special body constitution were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Sheng Tianyang's identity was also extraordinary. In the Tianwu continent, there was a region called the Fire Region. There was only one faction in the Fire Region. It was called the Fire Nation. Sheng Tianyang was the nephew of the Fire Nation's human emperor. It was rumored that he had the rare fire god body. He was also a person with a special body constitution. Brother Sheng, this is Lin Feng, the one I mentioned to you before, said Lin Feng. Bai Xingyi introduced. Oh, this is Brother Lin? Dao Wuxiu. Sheng Tianyang was shocked. The 2 of them stared at Lin Feng. After a moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Then they stood up. Haha, Brother Lin, we have heard of your name. Dao Wuxiu walked over with a smile. Not long ago, I talked to Fairy Bai about Brother Lin. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It seems that we are fated. Sheng Tianyang was also smiling. Yan Ruyu, Hu Qianjiao, Jin Tianlong, and the others. Even Sikong Zhaiyue, who was familiar with Lin Feng. Right now, they were all dumbfounded. First, it was Bai Xingyi. Then, it was Dao Wuxiu. Sheng Tianyang. Such a top genius. After seeing Lin Feng, they were all shocked. What was Lin Feng's social status? Everyone was filled with curiosity. However, they were also filled with regret. Previously, when Tuoba Lai had recklessly offended Lin Feng, if they had stood on Lin Feng's side now, wouldn't they have been able to befriend Lin Feng? However, no one had grasped this opportunity. Everyone had an extremely vexed expression on their faces. Brother Sheng. Facing Dao Wuxiu and Sheng Tianyang, Lin Feng was also calm. Let's go inside and talk. Bai Xingyi said. Lin Feng nodded. The four of them entered the private room. The rest of the people stayed outside. Lin Feng was also puzzled in terms of his cultivation base. By Sheng Yi, Dao Wushu, and Sheng Tianyang, these kind of heavenly goddesses, heaven's favored children, shouldn't be treated so cautiously, right? There must be a reason behind this. Lin Feng secretly guessed what the reason was. Chapter 690. Outside, Jin Tianlong and the others surrounded Xikong Zhaiyue. Yan Ruyu, Hu Qianjiao, and the other girls surrounded Xikong Xinyan. They were all very friendly, as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They obviously wanted to get more information about Lin Feng from Xikong Zhaiyue and Xikong Xinyan. However, the siblings didn't say anything about Lin Feng. But that didn't stop the group from being so friendly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng seemed to have a close relationship with Xikong Zhaiyue. If they were on good terms with Xikong Zhaiyue, they might be able to gain Lin Feng's friendship in the future. Inside, Bai Xingyi set up a soundproof barrier. Then, the four of them sat down. Brother Lin, do you know that we're different from the people outside? Dao Wushu looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned. He immediately knew what Dao Wushu wanted to say. He nodded and said, "That's right. There are indeed some differences. It seems that Brother Lin already knows that you have a special constitution." Dao Wushu said. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, "When I met Brother Lin in Northern Wasteland City, I sensed a faint blood essence in your body. I think that's the blood essence condensed from your special bloodline, right?" Bai Xingyi was indeed terrifying. Her perception was so strong. Lin Feng was shocked. He nodded and said, "That's right. I've already condensed the first drop of blood essence. I'm waiting for an opportunity to awaken my bloodline." Sheng Tianyang said, "Breaking through to the yin-yang realm will quickly awaken your bloodline. Brother Lin, you haven't broken through yet. Are you still accumulating energy?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Although I can break through, I want to break through in the ruins of God. Maybe I'll find some opportunities there." Finding opportunities in the ruins of God is indeed the best choice. When you break through, your cultivation will increase even more. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, "Brother Lin, what kind of special constitution do you have? Can you tell us?" Dao Wushu and Sheng Tianyang looked at Lin Feng. Any special physique was extremely terrifying. Between different special constitutions, it was also a form of mutual promotion and restraint. However, there were differences in strength between these special constitutions. The virtuous Dao physique was one of the stronger ones among the special physiques. Lin Feng replied, "Immortal divine body." "What? Brother Lin, you have the immortal divine body." Dao Wushu, Bai Xingyi, and Sheng Tianyang all stood up in shock. Lin Feng was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong?" Dao Wushu smiled bitterly. "Brother Lin, do you know about the 10 immemorial divine bodies?" Lin Feng shook his head. He really didn't know much about special constitutions. Wushu said, "The 10 ancient godly bodies are the immemorial saint body, the indestructible battle body, the immortal godly body, the sky tyrant saint body, the 10,000 poisons demon body, the reincarnation demon body, the eternal immortal body, the Tao fusion godly body, the sovereign emperor body, and the karma saint body. Brother Lin, it won't be long before you awaken your immortal divine body. Once you do, your cultivation will rise very quickly," said Sheng Tianyang. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Xingyi asked, "Brother Lin, have you heard of the Heaven Opening Road?" "Heaven Opening Road? What's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "In the depths of the endless sea, there's an ancient and mysterious road. It's called the Heaven Opening Road. It's a road that the ancient gods used to cultivate. Countless opportunities and inheritances can be found on the heaven-opening road. Sheng Tianyang's eyes blazed. There's even a way to become a god there. You can even find a way to condense godly flames. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a road. Isn't the heaven-opening road too shocking? Lin Feng was moved. Of course. The heaven-opening road is such an incredible road. If you can find an opportunity on it, you might be able to become a god. Dao Wushu said. Become a god. Lin Feng's eyes blazed. He longed to become a god. Only by becoming a god could he enter the starry sky. He could cross starfields. Only then would he have the chance to rescue his mother, who was suppressed in the depths of the starry sky. Brother Lin, you have an undying body. Once you awaken, your cultivation will quickly catch up to ours. At that time, we'd like to invite you to explore the heaven-opening road with us. Sheng Tianyang said. No wonder Bai Xingyi was here. Dao Wushu, Sheng Tianyang. She was so enthusiastic about him, because in their eyes, he was the same kind of person as them. He had a special constitution. When the heaven-opening road opened, they wanted to form a small team to explore it. Ordinary people weren't qualified to join such a small team. Only people like them had the right to join, and Lin Feng was one of them. When will the heaven-opening road open? Lin Feng asked. It will open within 10 years, but I estimate that it will open in 4 or 5 years, Bai Xingyi said. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. If he had 4 or 5 years, Lin Feng believed that his cultivation would increase. Lin Feng asked, Are there any restrictions on the heaven-opening road? There are indeed restrictions. First, it's cultivation. Only cultivators below the life and death realm can enter. Second, it's age. Cultivators who have cultivated for less than 100 years can enter. Basically, those old antiques or middle-generation cultivators can't enter. Dao Wushu said, compared to a cultivator's long lifespan, 100 years. It was indeed very short. Lin Feng nodded. I'll do my best to raise my cultivation in the next few years. With Brother Lin joining us, once the heaven-opening road opens, I'm sure we'll gain something. They were all very happy. They all knew what Lin Feng's immortal godly body meant. Once the undying body awakened, this taboo body that could be ranked in the top 10 of the ancient times would definitely display terrifying abilities. At that time, it would be very useful on the heaven-opening road, which was full of dangers. With such a teammate, they would also feel at ease. A few people walked out from the inner room. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, Bai Xingyi, Dao Wushu, and Sheng Tianyang with smiles on their faces. They knew. The 4 of them were clearly chatting happily. No one knew what they were talking about in private. The small trade fair was held soon after. Basically, it was a barter. Lin Feng didn't get anything for himself, because he didn't like anything that appeared. He didn't need anything either. However, Lin Feng used 2 7,000-year-old spirit herbs to exchange for 2 peak-level treasured artifacts for Xikong Xinyan. With such powerful artifacts, even if she couldn't defeat a yin-yang realm cultivator, she could still easily escape with her life. Before the banquet ended, Lin Feng asked Bai Xingyi to take care of Xikong Xinyan. It was mainly because he was about to leave with Xikong Jiayue, so he was a little worried. Bai Xingyi had just formed an alliance with Lin Feng, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Yan Ruyu, Jin Tianlong, and the others were all secretly thinking. Although the Xikong family had been defeated, they were now on good terms with Lin Feng and Wanhua House. Perhaps in the future, the Xikong family would regain its glory in the hands of Xikong Jiayue. It seemed that they had to interact more with the Xikong family and deepen their relationship. Chapter 691. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. Blue waves rippled. Lin Feng and Xikong Jiayue took a huge ship and entered the Eastern Sea world. This was Lin Feng's first time out at sea. The magnificent waves of the sea shook Lin Feng's heart. This made him sigh with emotion. No matter how powerful a person was, in front of nature, it seemed to be forever small. Every once in a while, there would be a huge ship heading out to the depths of the ocean. Some people went to the immortal island to ask for spiritual medicine. Some people wanted to go to the immortal island to learn from a master. Some people went to the deep sea to look for opportunities. They all had different motives. The East Sea is vast and boundless, and there are many different powers. It doesn't belong to the 72 prefectures in the north, but rather it belongs to the 4 seas. The vice captain introduced the division of forces in the East Sea to the cultivators in the cabin. In the land of the Eastern Sea, the most powerful force is the mysterious Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is too mysterious for cultivators and is very difficult to come into contact with. Apart from the East Sea Dragon Palace, there are 7 other groups called the 3 Saints and the 4 Immortals. The 3 Saints refer to the Penglai, rosy clouds and flying immortal ancient holy lands. The 4 Immortals refer to the raging flame, fire cloud, golden crow, and divine rock immortal islands. The 3 holy lands belong to the human race, while raging flame island, golden crow island, and divine peng island belong to the demon race. Raging Flame Island's Demon King Raging Flame, Golden Crow Island's Golden Crow Holy Lord, and Divine Peng Island's Heavenly Peng Holy King are all famous experts. They stand at the peak of the Martial Heaven continent. As for Fire Cloud Island, it's an evil power. The leader of the island, evil god Fire Cloud, is extremely strong. The Inferno Demon King? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the demons of God's land in the East Province. They killed hundreds of millions of people in the East County. It was the combined effort of the Demon Blood Emperor and the Inferno Demon King. So, this Inferno Demon King was the overlord of the East Sea. The vice captain continued, "Of course, apart from these top-tier factions, there are also some other factions, which are pirates." Pirates? Everyone's expression changed. Everyone knew about bandits. They killed people and plundered goods, committing all sorts of crimes. Pirates should be the same as bandits. Maybe you've seen bandits on land, but there aren't that many bandits on a large scale. But on the sea, pirates are extremely savage. The sea is rich in resources, and it's easy to hide. Therefore, for many strong cultivators, this is the best time to travel, said Lin Feng. The vice captain said, "These pirates are so rampant. Don't tell me that the great powers of the sea never encircle them." Someone asked, "Of course. There's even a bounty list. The bounty for the 9 pirate kings is 100 million top-grade spirit stones. But who can kill them?" The vice captain shook his head. "There's still a pirate king." Everyone was shocked. The vice captain replied, "Of course there are pirate kings. Pirate forces are extremely powerful, and there are pirates everywhere. The 9 great pirate kings' forces are even more powerful. If the 9 great pirate kings joined forces, even the ancient sacred lands and ancient immortal islands would tremble." Does that mean the 9 great pirate kings have the ability to shake the ancient sacred lands and ancient immortal islands? Lin Feng asked. "You could say that." The vice city lord nodded. This made Lin Feng feel incredulous. If that was the case, then the current East Sea could indeed be called the Great Voyage Era. The vice city lord continued, "There are 2 things to worry about when going out to sea. The first is how to avoid the pirates, and the second is how to avoid the powerful beasts in the sea. This vast sea is boundless, and the beasts wreak havoc in the sea. Some of the more powerful beasts can swallow an entire island with their mouths wide open. Their cultivation is unimaginably strong, and they can't be resisted. many of you want to join the great powers of the sea to cultivate. This time, we will be stopping at the Cloud Sea Gathering Place. The Cloud Sea Gathering Place is one of the 18 largest gathering places. It was built by the joint efforts of many great powers of the sea. People come and go, and it's very lively. The great powers of the sea also have offices in the gathering place. If you want to join them, you can go to the offices. As for whether you can join the great powers of the sea, it depends on your own ability. Many cultivators who wanted to join the great powers of the sea were excited when they heard this. Obviously, they yearned to join the great powers of the sea. There were immortals in the East Sea. In fact, they were referring to the great powers of the sea. These great powers of the sea were all overlords, and they were even stronger than the ancient powers of the land, even if they were weaker than the ancient powers. But they were only weaker in terms of foundation, compared to them. In fact, they weren't far off. Of course, there was a reason for this. The resources of the sea were far more abundant than those of the land, and there were very few great powers of the sea. This way, the resources could be concentrated. It wasn't like the land, where all kinds of powers crisscrossed. The resources were scattered. Therefore, the great powers of the sea. It wasn't unreasonable. The giant ship sailed on the sea for more than 10 days. But on this day, they encountered the most terrifying thing. The sky suddenly darkened. A gloomy and cold aura surged in the void. In the sea, huge creatures appeared one after another. They were gigantic sharks. That kind of shark was too big. Each shark was 1,000 meters long. Ordinary sharks were only a few meters long. Even the most ferocious tiger shark was only 10 meters long. But the shark that appeared in front of them was 1,000 meters long. It was simply shocking. This was a kind of shark that was completely black. There were about a dozen sharks in this group, and they rushed towards the giant ship. Not good. It's the nether demon shark. Activate the giant ship's defense and quickly escape from this place. The captain personally appeared, his expression extremely solemn. Nether demon shark. It was the most ferocious beast in the East Sea. They usually lived in the deepest abyss of the sea. The word nether meant hell, and in the sea it was defined as hell's messenger. The nether demon shark was like the hell's messenger, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Once it appeared, it would cause a great deal of suffering. Countless creatures would die. The giant ship's defense was activated. The giant ship quickly rushed into the distance, but it was too late to leave now. The nether demon sharks rushed over. Quick, release the arrows and kill the nether demon shark. The vice captain anxiously shouted. A huge crossbow was pushed out. It needed more than a dozen people to pull it open. The arrows were also magical arrows. They were more than 10 meters long and could easily kill large beasts. One after another, huge crossbow bolts shot out. The power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. They fiercely bombarded the nether demon shark. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere. The magical arrows that could kill an yin-yang realm cultivator couldn't even break through the nether demon shark's defense. Chapter 692. This is troublesome. Even such powerful arrows can't break through the defense of these nether demon sharks. I'm afraid we have to prepare to escape. Seeing the arrows bounced off the nether demon sharks' bodies, Lin Feng knew that they were in trouble. The nether demon sharks in front of them were too terrifying, and there were more than a dozen of them. Once these nether demon sharks charged, it was not something the giant ship could withstand. As expected, more than a dozen nether demon sharks charged over. They fiercely crashed into the giant ship. Crack, crack. With the first wave of impact, the giant ship's restriction began to break. Then the nether demon sharks once again crashed into the giant ship. Bang! A loud sound shook the sky. The giant ship's restriction was broken by the nether demon sharks. Then, something terrifying happened. The giant ship's hull began to crumble. Run! Leave the ship quickly. The ship is about to break. Many people cried out in horror. Many people's faces turned pale. Everyone rushed into the air. Swish, cold light flashed. One by one, the nether demon sharks opened their bloody mouths. Densely packed water arrows were sprayed out. They shot towards the cultivators in the air. Puff, puff. Then, the sound of the water arrows tearing flesh could be heard, accompanied by shrill screams. Many cultivators were pierced by the water arrows. Then, they fell. They were swallowed by the nether demon sharks. These nether demon sharks were extremely ferocious. Their attacks were powerful. Not only did they attack with water arrows, they also whipped their huge tails. Dozens of cultivators were whipped to death. Run, run, run. Many people were trembling in fear and frantically flew into the distance. Seeing the cultivators who were about to escape, the nether demon shark spat out pitch-black balls of energy. These nether demon sharks were really too powerful. Not only could they attack with water arrows, but they also had more powerful energy attacks. Every time an energy ball exploded, many cultivators would be faked to death. Then, the nether demon sharks suddenly sucked. Those cultivators' corpses flew towards the nether demon sharks. They were swallowed by the nether demon sharks. These nether demon sharks were ferocious. They liked to attack cultivators' islands or ships. It was rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, the nether demon sharks' numbers reached a peak. Thousands of nether demon sharks were attacking a huge gathering point in the sea. The gathering place was instantly destroyed by the thousands of nether demon sharks. Only a handful of the tens of millions of cultivators managed to escape. Almost all of them were devoured by the nether demon shark. This was the famous Savage Shark Island extermination incident under the leadership of the Nether Demon Shark King. The group of nether demon sharks continued to attack the cultivators on the sea. More than a dozen bases were destroyed by the nether demon sharks. Countless ships were devoured by the nether demon sharks. At that time, it caused a huge panic in the East Sea. However, this also infuriated many forces in the East Sea. Under the call of the 3 Holy Lands and the 4 Immortal Islands, all the forces in the Eastern Sea, big and small, had joined forces to encircle and annihilate the nether demon sharks. In the end, they paid a heavy price to kill the nether demonic shark king and destroy the nether demonic sharks. Originally, the forces of the Eastern Sea wanted to exterminate the nether demon sharks to vent their anger. However, the appearance of the emissary of the East Sea Dragon Palace prevented the extinction of this race. However, after that battle, the nether demon sharks suffered heavy losses. Their numbers dropped from a few thousand to a few dozen. It was extremely difficult for a nether demon shark to breed, and it was even more difficult for it to grow. Even if tens of thousands of years had passed, the number of nether demon sharks was still very small. Now, more than a dozen nether demon sharks were mobilized at once. There were originally 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators on the ship. Not long after, more than half of them were slaughtered by the nether demon sharks. Everything that was happening before their eyes was too tragic. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue quickly flew into the distance. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. A nether demon shark's huge tail whipped over. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue quickly dodged. They narrowly avoided the nether demon shark's attack. At this moment, the nether demon shark, however, spat out a ball of energy. Many cultivators were faked to death by the energy ball. That energy ball also enveloped Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Heavenly God Shield. At this moment, Sikong Jayue took out a treasure. This treasure was a shield, and he held it in his hand. That shield instantly revealed the image of a heavenly god. Divine light lingered around it, protecting them. Heavenly God shield. Its defense was astonishing. The nether demon shark's energy attack blasted over. At this moment, the heavenly god shield showed its power. It blocked the nether demon shark's attack. This is a treasure left behind by the ancestor who founded the Sikong family. Its defense is very strong. Although I can't completely control this treasure, it should be enough to protect us as we leave. Sikong Jayue said. Okay, let's not waste any time. Let's go. Lin Feng said. The two of them relied on the heavenly god shield's powerful defense to rush out. They didn't stop and quickly left the area. These nether demon sharks are really terrifying. Sikong Jayue let out a long breath. Lin Feng nodded and said, "We were lucky to be able to escape." The appearance of the nether demon sharks caused a huge commotion. Ships were constantly being attacked by the nether demon sharks. The casualties were disastrous. These nether demon sharks didn't move in groups either. Some of them also chose to move alone. There's a gathering place in front. Although it's not very big, there are still 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators. Let's go there and rest for a day. Sikong Jayue pointed to an island in the distance. Vaguely, one could see a city on the island. Obviously, someone had built a city on the island. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He walked towards the island with Sikong Jayue. When they were about to reach the island, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a violent fluctuation coming from the depths of the sea. Not good. It's a nether demon shark. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He and Sikong Jayue quickly rushed to a high place. Soon, the nether demon shark appeared. The nether demon shark's huge body appeared on the surface of the sea. There's only one. Sikong Jayue let out a long breath. The nether demon shark rushed towards the cultivator gathering place. The cultivators in the cultivator gathering place also noticed the nether demon shark. Not good. The nether demon shark is here. Run. Many people cried out in horror. However, it was already too late to escape. The nether demon shark opened its bloody mouth. A terrifying scene appeared. The nether demon shark's bloody mouth was like a black whole world. Waves of terrifying dark energy surged out. It enveloped the entire huge island. The island was rapidly shrinking. Everyone was trapped on the island. Crack! The nether demon shark swallowed the island in one gulp, along with the hundreds of thousands of people on the island. They were also swallowed by the nether demon shark. Chapter 693. On an island. It was devoured just like that. It turned out that the rumors were true. Deep-sea beasts could devour an entire cultivator island in one gulp. And now, they had seen the rumors with their own eyes. Lin Feng and Sikong Jayue. They were deeply shocked. What a terrifying power of darkness. Not only was the entire island sealed, but it was also shrinking. What kind of power is that? Sikong Jayue said with a pale face. It should be the divine power of the nether demon shark. No wonder this group of nether demon sharks was so terrifying tens of thousands of years ago, causing the entire East Sea to fall into panic. They are indeed too powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, after the nether demon shark devoured the entire island and hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it let out a satisfied sigh. Then it plunged into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, with our strength, we can't kill such a nether demon shark. If we can kill it, we'll obtain its essence, and then we'll be able to absorb its essence. Our cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng said. Sikong Jayue said, This nether demon shark's defense is too strong, and the power contained in its huge body is too terrifying. I reckon that only powerful cultivators can deal with it. The two didn't stop and continued to fly deeper. Some large forces had already received the news of the nether demon shark's appearance. Many large forces had sent experts to capture the nether demon shark. On this day, in the distance, dark clouds rolled and lightning intertwined. The purple lightning was like a lightning dragon swimming in the void. In the ocean, a huge creature let out a low roar from time to time. Nether demon shark. It was actually a nether demon shark. It was obvious that the nether demon shark was about to undergo a tribulation. Good heavens, this nether demon shark will undergo a transformation once it succeeds, and its cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the nether demon shark. Some powerful beasts were undergoing a transformation, like a snake transforming into a dragon. They were all going against the heavens. Those who went against the heavens would be punished by the heavens. The heavens' punishment referred to the lightning tribulation. Resisting the heavens' punishment was what cultivators called tribulation. In fact, it wasn't only the beasts that had to undergo tribulation. Even cultivators had to undergo tribulation. Of course, cultivators usually transcended their tribulations by cultivating to a high level. At that time, they would experience 3 calamities and 9 disasters. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous. Just a little carelessness. He would die, and his Tao would vanish, Sikong Jaya said. With such a huge commotion, I'm afraid it will attract quite a few people. Lin Feng nodded and said, the nether demon shark, must have devoured too many cultivators and improved greatly. Therefore, I had to undergo the tribulation here before returning to the deep sea region. The tribulation of heaven's wrath is extremely dangerous. Even if I could successfully pass the tribulation, I would lose half my life. At that time, the nether demon shark would be at its weakest. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a burning gaze. Sikong Jiayue's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether or not the nether demon shark can successfully overcome its tribulation, it won't be easy for it to escape back to the deep sea alive. Even if it wants to leave, will these cultivators let it go? Lin Feng smiled calmly. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. Someone's coming, Sikong Jiayue said. Let's hide and wait for an opportunity to snatch the nether demon shark's source energy, Lin Feng said. Next, he and Sikong Jiayue hid on a small island. They waited for the nether demon shark to undergo its tribulation. Cultivators continued to arrive. Most of them were rogue cultivators. The nether demon shark had a burning gaze. Behind a rock reef, there were more than 10 people hiding. If it was Lin Feng, he would definitely be able to recognize these people. Lu Mengyan. It was actually this person. Previously, she had tried to recruit Lin Feng to become Huangfu Qingtian's death warrior. However, she was rejected by Lin Feng. As a result, she hated Lin Feng out of jealousy. Beside Lu Mengyan was Sun Zizhou. Of course, the most eye-catching person was a cultivator with a sword on his back. This person was 15 or 16 years old. He was dressed in green and was very handsome. This cultivator was called Li Jianxiao. He was a core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. His status could be said to be high and mighty. Moreover, this person had long since submitted to Huangfu Qingtian. He was highly regarded by Huangfu Qingtian. Now, he was entrusted by Huangfu Qingtian. Li Jianxiao accompanied Lu Mengyan to the ruins of God to train. It could be seen. This Huangfu Qingtian treated Lu Mengyan extremely well. This was also something that many people did not understand. Why would Huang Fu Qingtian treat Meng Yan like this? Many people guessed that Lu Mengyan might have some secrets. This made Huang Fu Qingtian very interested. This was why Lu Mengyan had such a high and mighty status. Li Jianshao said. A confident expression appeared on Lu Mengyan's face as she said, "Don't worry. Senior brother Qingtian has already decided who will take first place in the intersect competition. Regardless of whether or not I'm able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I'll still take first place. I'll break through to the Yin-Yang realm as soon as possible and enter the small world to quickly increase my cultivation. Before the heaven-opening road opens, I'll be able to reach the peak of the Yin-Yang realm and dual cultivate with senior brother Qingtian." It turned out that Lu Mengyan had a very special physique called the water spirit body. This kind of water spirit body was the best physique for dual cultivation. If one dual cultivated with a woman with the water spirit body, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. When the 8th Prince of Zhen, Wu country, was killed for his rebellion, Lu Mengyan escaped and met Huang Fu Qingtian on the way. Huang Fu Qingtian saw that Lu Mengyan had a water spirit body at a glance. Moreover, she still maintained her virginity. This made Huang Fu Qingtian very happy. He brought Lu Mengyan back to the Blue Cloud sect. He spent a huge amount of money to cultivate Lu Mengyan. It was all to quickly increase Lu Mengyan's cultivation. Then, he would dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. This was the first time they dual cultivated. It was the most obvious increase in the cultivation of male cultivators. It was said that it could often increase one's cultivation by several levels. Of course, the higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the better. The higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the more the male cultivator took the female cultivator's virginity. The higher the cultivation of the male cultivator. Lu Mengyan obviously knew why Huang Fu Qingtian thought so highly of her. Some of the higher-ups of the Green Sky Peak, such as Li Jianshao, also knew. However, Lu Mengyan didn't feel that there was anything shameful about it. To be able to become a woman of a man like Huang Fu Qingtian, it was something she didn't even dare to dream about in the past. Rumble at this moment. In the sky, a terrifying aura surged. The sound of thunder rumbled. It shook the sea for thousands of miles. Then, bolts of lightning as thick as mountains blasted towards the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's heavenly tribulation. Finally, it descended. Announcement: the app is online, supporting Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install AppXid. Chapter 694. Isn't this lightning tribulation too scary? Sikong Jiayue stared at the mountain like lightning with his mouth agape. Such a huge lightning bolt. It was hard to imagine how destructive it was. Lin Feng nodded. He was also shocked. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing a heavenly tribulation. Although he had heard of a heavenly tribulation before, he also knew that a heavenly tribulation was very scary. However, everything was just hearsay after all. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. He could only see it with his own eyes. Only then could he confirm if what he heard was true. Now, Lin Feng could confirm. Everything he had heard was true. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be much more powerful than the rumors. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were not the only ones shocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. The cultivators who were hiding in the surroundings. It was probably their first time seeing a heavenly tribulation. Bang! A loud explosion shook the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a mountain struck the nether demon shark's body. Poof! The nether demon shark's body was instantly blasted apart. Blood splattered everywhere. The nether demon shark let out a shrill scream. This nether demon shark has such a powerful cultivation, but it couldn't even withstand the first heavenly tribulation. It was injured by the explosion. Lin Feng was shocked by the nether demon shark. Now, the nether demon shark was obviously severely injured. Blood was dripping. Lin Feng had seen how powerful the nether demon shark was before. The powerful arrows that could easily kill the giant beasts could only create sparks on the nether demon shark. It was difficult to cause any damage to the nether demon shark. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation, it instantly injured the nether demon shark. This showed how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In the sky, the second heavenly tribulation was brewing. Lin Feng looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He was shocked. There was actually more than one heavenly tribulation. It wanted to do something heaven-defying. As expected, the heavens didn't allow it. The first heavenly tribulation couldn't kill the nether demon shark. Then it brewed an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. It was truly shocking and moving. Black smoke gushed out of the nether demon shark's body. The black aura enveloped the nether demon shark's body. The nether demon shark's cold eyes stared at the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in the sky. Boom! An even more terrifying tribulation exploded. Destructive energy waves surged out. The second heavenly tribulation descended. The second heavenly tribulation was like a sea of lightning crashing down from the sky. The power of this heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying. Bang! The sea of lightning struck the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's body almost exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood flew everywhere. In many places, white bones could be seen. The nether demon shark had suffered too much damage from the heavenly tribulation. How terrifying! So, this is heavenly tribulation. Many cultivators who were hiding in the dark were so scared that they trembled all over. The nether demon shark was such a powerful existence. 2 heavenly tribulations came down. He had already lost half of his life. The heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful. It was really shocking. No wonder it's said that the path of cultivation is against the heavens. One has to go through the tribulations, difficult and dangerous. The tribulations are the cultivator's heavenly tribulation. It's similar to the nether demon shark's heavenly tribulation. If a powerful existence like the nether demon shark can't resist the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't a cultivator's chances of surviving be even lower? Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Go through the tribulations. Die without regrets. This was the belief of many powerful cultivators. Perhaps they were also cheering for themselves. The third heavenly tribulation began to brew. Everyone was shocked. The heavenly tribulation really wouldn't stop until the nether demon shark was dead. Sikong Jiayue said, "The heavenly tribulation is too powerful. I'm afraid the nether demon shark won't be able to withstand the third heavenly tribulation." Lin Feng nodded and said, "If the nether demon shark fails the tribulation, the hidden cultivators will probably rush out to snatch the nether demon shark's origin. At that time, I'll rush over and take the origin first. At that time, the others will definitely surround and attack me. You should be ready to take out the divine shield at any time. With this treasure, we should have no problem getting rid of those cultivators." "Okay, you must be careful," Sikong Jiayue said. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lin Feng patted Sikong Jiayue's shoulder. A loud, rumbling sound could be heard. In the depths of the endless thundercloud world, a huge lightning blade condensed. This was the lightning blade tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. One blade to cut through the mortal world. The lightning blade slashed towards the nether demon shark. It was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It filled the world. Lin Feng faced the lightning blade. Even his soul was trembling. That lightning blade. It was really too powerful. Its power was too strong. It was hard to describe with words. Roar. The nether demon shark let out a deep roar. The nether demon shark already had a high level of intelligence. At this moment, it sensed the third heavenly tribulation, the terrifying part of the lightning blade tribulation. Endless black fog poured out of the nether demon shark's body. Then, the nether demon shark's body started to burn. The nether demon shark was burning its own origin. It wanted to burn its origin in exchange for great power to resist the descending heavenly tribulation. The nether demon shark was indeed powerful. When it burned its origin, a great power burst out. The huge lightning blade slashed down. It broke through the nether demon shark's pitch-black defense. However, the lightning blade's energy seemed to have been almost depleted. The lightning blade began to fade. In the sky, the dark clouds began to dissipate. 3 lightning tribulations. Did the nether demon shark succeed? Many people were shocked by the nether demon shark. The nether demon shark's huge and cold eyes revealed an expression of relief. He actually succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. Lin Feng was very surprised. He originally thought that the nether demon shark would die under the lightning blade. The nether demon shark wanted to dive into the sea and escape, because the nether demon shark sensed many auras around it. If it was at its peak, it could devour all of them in one gulp. But now, the nether demon shark's injuries were too severe. Obviously, it was best to escape. But at this moment, the lightning blade that was about to dissipate emitted a shocking aura. Pooh! The lightning blade ruthlessly slashed down. All of the heavenly tribulation's power was brewing for the final attack. The nether demon shark let out a terrified cry. In the next moment, its body was struck by the lightning blade. A loud bang was heard. The incomparably thick lightning blade tore the nether demon shark's body apart. The nether demon shark's body was struck by the lightning. It directly exploded. The lightning was completely unrestrained. Only a pure pitch-black energy was left floating in the air. It's the nether demon shark's origin. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, figures rushed out. "You want to snatch it from our fire island?" a young master coldly shouted, and a dozen guards beside him rushed out. "What's the fire island?" "A mediocre force." A cold laugh was heard. A young cultivator with one eye rushed out. His strength was abnormally terrifying. "Pirate Duguyen, it's actually this ruthless pirate." Many cultivators and pirates shuddered at the sight. Duguyen was the 74th ranked pirate. His cultivation was powerful and he was bloodthirsty. Many large forces on the sea wanted him, but he still lived very freely. Duguyen, the young master of the fire island, Ziqi, had a gloomy expression, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he quickly rushed towards the nether demon shark's origin. In another direction, Sword Qi soared into the sky. A sword ray wrapped around Li Jianshao. Lu Mengyan and the others quickly rushed towards the nether demon shark's origin. These 3 forces were the most powerful. Each of them had a fierce expression. They were determined to obtain the nether demon shark's origin. But at this moment, a golden light was as fast as lightning. It instantly arrived in front of the nether demon shark's origin. The golden lightning descended. Everyone was a young cultivator. It was Lin Feng. He waved his right hand and directly collected the nether demon shark's origin. Courting Death. Chapter 695. The experts surrounded him. Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Now, Lin Feng was in danger. Brat, hand over the nether demon shark's origin to me, and I'll spare your life. Li Ziki looked coldly at Lin Feng. Hand over the nether demon shark's origin to me, or I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Duguyen directly threatened Lin Feng. At this time, Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou recognized Lin Feng. A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the two men. When Lin Feng had rejected Lu Mengyan's offer to become Huangfu Qingtian's suicide soldier. The two of them were already jealous of Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had snatched the original essence of the demonic shark, which they had been so determined to obtain. Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng. Junior sister Lu, do you know this brat? Li Jianxiao noticed Lu Mengyan's abnormality and asked, "This person is Lin Feng." Lu Mengyan said. Li Jianxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "This brat is Lin Feng, the one who refused to become eldest senior brother's suicide soldier. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Sun Zizhou said, "Now that he has the nether demon shark's origin, what should we do? It's best to outsmart him." Lu Mengyan said. Li Jianxiao nodded. At this time, Lu Mengyan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother Lin, come to us quickly. We'll escort you out." Lin Feng looked at Lu Mengyan. He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to see Lu Mengyan here. He saw the cold expressions in Li Jianxiao and Sun Zizhou's eyes. Lin Feng sneered. These people should be from Clear Sky Peak. Moreover, they seemed to want to kill him. He said indifferently, "So it's senior sister Lu. Nice to meet you. If you're really thinking for me, I'll have to trouble you to block these cultivators and let me escape. When I return to the sect, I'll definitely repay you." Lu Mengyan's gaze instantly turned cold. Sun Zizhou cried out, "Brat, are you trying to be shameless? Since we're from the same sect, as long as you hand over the nether demon shark's origin to us, we'll definitely protect you. If you hand it over to others, do you think they'll care about your life or death? In the end, the other cultivators will kill you to vent their anger. Only by cooperating with us will you have a chance to live." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe Sun Zizhou's nonsense. Sun Zizhou's killing intent towards himself was the strongest. If he really sold his life to these people, he would also die without a grave. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Sun Zizhou. "Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? Brat, you're courting death." Sun Zizhou was refuted. His face was gloomy to the extreme. His eyes filled with killing intent. "Attack!" Li Ziki sneered and took the initiative to attack. Subsequently, Li Jianxiao, Lu Mengyan, Sun Zizhou, and the rest also attacked Lin Feng. "Reckless brat!" The pirate Duguyen laughed sinisterly as he charged towards Lin Feng. As for the rest of the cultivators, nearly 100 people rushed towards Lin Feng. "You want to stop me with just the likes of you?" Lin Feng sneered. Sky-splitting, sword intent piercing the heavens. The blade and sword merged, sword chi and blade light. In an instant, they charged towards the crowd. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. One by one, the cultivators were directly beheaded. As for Lin Feng, he quickly rushed towards the gap that had been torn apart. "Not good. This brat wants to run. Hurry up and kill him with all your might." Li Jianxiao's expression changed slightly. A sword slashed towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, all sorts of powerful attacks instantly blasted over. How terrifying was the combined attack of over 100 cultivators. Even an Yin-Yang realm cultivator would be killed. Swish! At this moment, Sikong Jiayue had already activated his ancestral defensive treasure, the Sky God Shield. This Sky God Shield was very special. Only the successor of the Sikong family could activate it. If Lin Feng could activate this treasure, it would be much easier for him to face the encirclement of so many experts. Of course, this was the Sikong family's ancestral treasure. Lin Feng could not activate it. Fortunately, Sikong Jiayue had already activated the Sky God Shield. The Sky God Shield instantly flew out and floated above Lin Feng. Divine light descended, protecting Lin Feng. A dense barrage of attacks blasted towards him. All of them were blocked by the divine light. Lin Feng rushed out of the encirclement and met up with Sikong Jiayue. Then, they flew into the distance. "Damn it, we can't let them escape." Many people's expressions were extremely gloomy as they roared. 6 hours later, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had shaken off everyone. "Ha! Let's find a place to refine the source of the Nether Demon Shark." Lin Feng laughed loudly. "The Nether Demon Shark's origin actually fell into our hands. This is a great opportunity," Sikong Jiayue said excitedly. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue found an uninhabited island. The two of them refined the Nether Demon Shark's origin on the island. The Nether Demon Shark's origin had been mostly consumed when the Nether Demon Shark was resisting the heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended and killed the Nether Demon Shark, it had lost a large portion of its origin. Now, only a small portion of its origin was left. But even so, it was only a small portion of its origin. It was also precious to an unimaginable degree. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue began to refine the Nether Demon Shark's origin. As the Nether Demon Shark's origin was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation rose again. Originally, Lin Feng was only at the early 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. As the Nether Demon Shark's origin was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to the peak of the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. Lin Feng's forehead was overflowing with light. This was his accumulation reaching its peak. It was a sign that he could try to break through the yin-yang realm. But Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to forcibly suppress this power that was about to break through. Because breaking through required a large amount of top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't have enough top-grade spirit stones. So, the breakthrough would definitely fail. Secondly, the Fire Qilin had told Lin Feng before that when he found the fragment of the World Tree, he would activate the fragment of the World Tree. Then he would plant the World Tree's sapling in his dantian. If he broke through at that time, the increase in strength would be more than 10 times stronger than when the World Tree's sapling was not planted in his dantian. The difference in strength was too great. So no matter what, Lin Feng would not choose to break through now. After suppressing this power that was about to break through, Lin Feng continued to refine the Nether Demon Shark's origin. After the Nether Demon Shark's origin was refined, it was all integrated into Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng's blood flowed 10 times faster. In Lin Feng's dantian, drops of immortal divine blood were successfully condensed. A total of 9 drops of immortal divine blood were condensed. This made Lin Feng very happy, because the effect of the immortal divine blood was heaven-defying. He could even use the immortal divine blood to activate the Black Dragon Sword, instead of wasting his lifespan to activate the Black Dragon Sword. Immortal, divine, blood. Right at this moment, a fleeting voice came from the demonic bead. After hearing the voice from the demonic pearl, Lin Feng's body shook. Chapter 696. The Demonic Orb. It was the voice of the demonic orb. Back then, the owner of this voice must have devoured the Fire Qilin's godly power. He couldn't control the demonic orb. It was also because of this guy. Now, the mysterious existence in the demonic orb was speaking. However, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He had refined the demonic orb, but he couldn't control it. Now, the mysterious existence in the demonic orb was speaking, and it was related to his undying divine blood. This guy, what was he trying to do? 10 drops of undying divine blood in exchange for a chance to attack. Do you agree? The voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. It was no longer intermittent. Lin Feng heard it clearly. You want my undying divine blood. Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng was speechless. The key to awakening his undying body was the undying divine blood. Now, he had 10 drops of undying divine blood in his body. How could he trade with the existence in the demonic orb? Lin Feng said calmly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." The existence in the demonic orb seemed to be angry. He said coldly, "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll forcefully take the undying divine blood from your body." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out of the demonic orb. In the next moment, the demonic orb rushed into Lin Feng's dantian. It wanted to devour 10 drops of undying divine blood. Lin Feng's expression changed again. He didn't expect the demonic orb to be so unreasonable. He didn't agree. It wanted to forcefully take his undying divine blood. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give in. If the demonic orb took his undying divine blood, if he lost all his undying divine blood, the chances of awakening his undying divine body would be greatly reduced. Lin Feng quickly summoned his 5 devouring martial souls. The 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. This was the final form of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. The devouring martial souls devoured the 10 drops of undying divine blood. The voice in the demonic bead sneered. "Do you think I can't get the immortal god blood just because you hid it in your martial soul? Today, I will make you despair." That voice fell. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit was instantly torn apart. The demonic orb rushed into it. He had to forcefully devour 10 drops of immortal god blood. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He angrily shouted, "Grandson, you dare to devour my undying god blood? Even if you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later." The existence within the demonic bead sneered. "Brat, do you know what kind of terrifying existence I am? You dare say that you want to kill me? F***CK. This bastard must have awakened his consciousness long ago. Could it be that he woke up after devouring the fire Qilin's divine power? No wonder I couldn't activate the demonic orb no matter how many times I tried. It's because of this bastard." Lin Feng was infuriated. The mysterious existence within the demonic bead was like a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any time. However, he was powerless to stop the existence in the demonic orb from devouring his immortal divine blood. Soon, the immortal god blood was about to be devoured by the demonic orb. Suddenly, from the depths of Lin Feng's martial spirit, a terrifying undulation was transmitted. He could vaguely see that in the endless darkness, a hazy figure appeared. It seemed to be a woman. Through the endless darkness, she stared at the demonic orb. "You are a member of that race?" The existence within the demonic orb looked at the hazy figure in horror. "I see. I understand now." The existence within the demonic orb paled. In the next moment, the demonic orb quickly retreated. What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. Why did the demonic orb stop devouring his immortal god blood? Lin Feng discovered that the demonic orb had not only stopped devouring his immortal god blood. Furthermore, it had become completely silent. "You bastard, why did you give up on devouring my immortal god blood?" Lin Feng asked. He had always been the type to ask questions when he didn't understand. Even when facing the existence within the demonic orb that made him gnash his teeth in hatred, he had nothing to be embarrassed about. That existence snorted coldly. He naturally wouldn't admit that he had retreated because of fear. The demonic orb had discovered a shocking secret, and this secret, the demonic orb knew what it meant. That special family with only 4 or 5 members. It was definitely not someone he could provoke. He would never forget the scene he saw back then. That was countless years ago, as a big shot of the immortal realm. When he was patrolling the immortal realm, he saw it with his own eyes. The immortal realm was smashed open. This was simply unbelievable. That was the immortal realm. How could someone break open the immortal realm? How angry was he at that time? He charged forward. He wanted that guy's life. But he was sent flying with a slap. That guy's words, even though countless years had passed, he couldn't forget it. Is this the immortal realm? Isn't it rumored that the immortal realm is filled with experts? Why is this guy so weak? Then, the guy who broke open the immortal realm left. He was one of the 81 realm lords of the immortal realm. Yet, he was ignored. That grievance. He was about to go crazy. But he didn't dare to say a word, because that guy was really too strong. So strong, to an unimaginable extent. The existence in the demonic orb thought of the past, thinking of the existence who broke open the immortal realm. Even now, he still felt his heart palpitate. He didn't appear in the immemorial war. If he appeared, what would the outcome of the immemorial war be? Rumor has it that his race went extinct after him. Now, it seems that the rumor isn't reliable at all. Thinking about it, that guy is so terrifying. How could he die? I'm afraid he's close to eternal life. Or maybe he has already reached eternal life. All kinds of thoughts flashed through the existence in the demonic orb. He thought of the legendary eternal life realm. It was above all existences. There was an ethereal eternal life realm. Even an emperor realm expert would die, but an eternal life realm expert wouldn't die. If there was really an eternal life realm expert, that fellow was most likely in existence at this level. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Lin Feng muttered again. The existence in the demonic orb was so angry. This kid actually dared to talk to him in such a tone. Did he not want to live anymore? But when he thought of the terrifying race behind Lin Feng that could make the heavens tremble, the existence in the demonic orb could only swallow his anger. Of course, he wouldn't tell him the real reason. Instead, he replied indifferently, I pity you. It wasn't easy for you to condense 10 drops of immortal divine blood, so I'll let you go this time. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Lin Feng didn't know why the demonic orb gave up on devouring his 10 drops of immortal divine blood. But Lin Feng didn't believe the reason given by the demonic orb. Would the demonic orb be kind enough to let him go? That was nonsense. The existence in the demonic orb was definitely not a kind person. Chapter 697. Not long after, Sikong Jiayue woke up from his cultivation. Sikong Jiayue's face was filled with joy. Oh, I broke through 2 realms. Lin Feng was surprised. Sikong Jiayue nodded. The nether demon shark source energy is truly amazing, but are you suppressing your cultivation? Do you have to wait until you reach the ruins of God? Sikong Jiayue asked. Lin Feng smiled. Since I'm going to break through, I'll think of a way to raise my cultivation to the limit. Sikong Jiayue smiled. Once you break through to the Yin-Yang realm, you'll be able to crush high-level Yin-Yang realm cultivators with your accumulated strength. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue chatted for a while, ate some food, and recovered their strength. After a short rest, they continued flying towards the depths of the ocean. They were heading towards the first cultivator gathering area. A ship about 20 meters long was sailing on the ocean. A ship of this size could only be called a small ship. This ship was actually a fishing boat from a nearby island. There were countless islands in the vast ocean. Many of the islands had residents. Most of the residents made a living by fishing. Of course, those who could go out to sea to fish mostly had a certain level of cultivation. This was because the ocean was rich in resources. Thus, they were able to obtain a decent harvest. It wasn't just enough to satisfy their needs. They could also exchange it for cultivation resources. Of course, even so, these fishermen were still very careful when they went out to sea. First, because pirates were rampant. Second, because ferocious beasts were rampant in the ocean. Whether they encountered pirates or ferocious beasts, both were extremely dangerous. There were more than 20 people on this fishing boat. 5 youths around 16 or 17 years old were surrounding a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. One of the youths asked, "Uncle Taizhan, are there really immortals in the depths of the ocean?" Of course. 20 years ago, a deep-sea immortal island even passed by our island. At that time, they conducted a test on our island, and Uncle Taizhan was almost taken away by them. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man said. He was reminiscing and reminiscing. Their island was very small, with less than 1,000 people. They were also weak. Thus, they were unable to nurture outstanding juniors. They also didn't have the ability to send these juniors to the cultivator gathering areas to participate in the tests of the various factions. Such a small island. In the East Sea, they were like stars in the sky. There were countless of them. Will that immortal still come to our island? The youths asked expectantly. Taishan sighed and said, "If you want to join an immortal island to cultivate, you need to be extremely talented. Then you have to go to the depths of the ocean to find an immortal island. Although there are cases of immortals coming out to recruit disciples, it's very rare." Hearing Uncle Taishan's words, the youths immediately revealed disappointed expressions. He lived in the East Sea. They had also seen some powerful cultivators who could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. Naturally, he also looked forward to becoming such a person. However, reality was cruel. "Uncle Taizhan, look, what's that?" Suddenly, a young man pointed into the distance. More than 20 people on the fishing boat were alarmed. In the distance, black fog rolled. The surging black fog rapidly flew over. "Cultivators," Uncle Taishan said. He had been out at sea for many years, so he had some experience. He said to the people around him, "If a cultivator lands on our ship, everyone must be respectful. Do not provoke the cultivator." Everyone nodded. Very soon, the black fog landed on the ship. From the black fog, a one-eyed cultivator walked out. It was actually the pirate Duguyen. East Sea. The number of pirates was simply as many as the hairs on an ox. Pirate Duguyen was a pirate that many forces in the East Sea had put a bounty on, to be able to become the 74th person on the bounty list. Naturally, he was not a simple person. This person's bounty reached 500 million low-grade spirit stones. But even with such a huge bounty, no one was able to take Duguyen's life. This guy was not only powerful, but also cunning. It would not be an easy task to kill him. Duguyen's cold eyes swept across everyone on the fishing boat. "Which island are you from?" Duguyen asked. "Sir, we are residents of the Luo clan island." Uncle Taishan hurriedly said. Some of the small islands in the East Sea were often inhabited by clan relatives. Therefore, these small islands were often named after the clan's surname. Luo Clan Island. Obviously, the people living on this island were from the Luo clan. So it's this island. 300 years ago, a rather powerful person came from your island. He had a bright future ahead of him, but he died while encircling a giant beast in the sea. If that person had not died, your Luo clan island might have become prosperous and powerful. Du Guyen narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the people of Luo Clan Island. Even Tai Shan did not know much about what had happened a few hundred years ago, let alone the others. Du Guyen said indifferently, "Did you find anything good when you went out to sea to fish?" Tai Shan hurriedly nodded and said, "We collected some blood coral from the sea. This is a precious spirit medicine, and we are willing to offer it to you." Tai Shan hurriedly signaled for his companions to bring the blood coral over. Du Guyen nodded and put away the blood coral. Then he asked, "Is there anything else good? Because we just went out to sea not long ago, we only collected blood coral." Uncle Tai Shan said carefully. Du Guyen's gaze darkened slightly, and he sneered, "A mere box of blood coral will not be able to save your lives." The expressions of Tai Shan and the others changed drastically. Tai Shan hurriedly said, "Sir, we haven't collected anything good for now. If we did, we would definitely give it all to you. I don't have that much free time to wait for you to go out to the sea to harvest." Du Guyen sneered and raised his right hand. Demonic chi surged out, enveloping the fishermen and causing them to scream miserably. "Sir, please spare our lives. Please, on account of your acquaintance with our ancestor, spare us." Tai Shan knelt on the ground and begged. The others also knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to Du Guyen. The youths were so frightened that they began to tremble. Du Guyen sneered, "So what if I know him? He's been dead for a few hundred years. Even if we had some friendship in the past, after a few hundred years, there's no friendship left. Since you can't take out any treasures, you can all die." As soon as he finished speaking, a black fog surged out. The black fog swallowed everyone on the ship. Shrill screams rang out. Before long, more than 20 people died, tragically. Du Guyen's expression was indifferent as he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. The fishing boat carried more than 20 corpses as it aimlessly sailed into the distance. Not long after, two figures flew over from the distance. It was Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. When the two of them passed by the fishing boat, their expressions changed slightly. They descended. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue checked and found that everyone had died, tragically. "They're dead, but they haven't been dead for more than an hour." Lin Feng frowned. "I'll use the reversal technique to see if I can recreate some of the scenes from before." Sikong Jiayue said. The reversal technique was quite magical and could recreate some scenes. But if it was too long, the reversal technique wouldn't be effective. Sikong Jiayue used the reversal technique. A scene flashed past. In the scene, Du Guyen stood on the boat and turned into a black fog that swallowed everyone. More than 20 people died, tragically. This person should be punished by the heavens for killing the innocent. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes immediately revealed a dense killing intent. Chapter 698. These pirates kill people like cutting grass. This kind of thing happens all the time. Sikong Jiayue sighed and said, "He lived in Ao-Lai country. Ao-Lai country was adjacent to the East Sea. Therefore, he had heard some things about the East Sea. Ignite this ship and let them be buried at sea." Lin Feng said, "In this world, although people were buried in the ground after death, but that was for people on land. People who lived in the sea usually chose to be buried at sea." Sikong Jiayue nodded and ignited the fishing ship with Lin Feng. The fire burned fiercely. More than 20 corpses were ignited. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue watched as the fishing ship was finally burned to a skeleton. Then it fell into the sea. Sikong Jiayue understood Lin Feng very well. He knew that Lin Feng had always had a heroic heart. He had just seen these innocent people die tragically. He must have wanted to kill Du Guyen. "Let's go." Lin Feng said. Sikong Jiayue nodded and followed behind Lin Feng, flying towards the depths of the island. 3 days later, when they passed by an island, they smelled the smell of blood in the air. Quick, let's go and see what's going on. Lin Feng's expression sank slightly, and he couldn't help but say aloud. He and Sikong Jiayue quickly rushed to the island. When they arrived at the island, they found that there was already a river of blood. Ha! The harvest on this island is not bad. Loud laughter rang out. In a village deep in the island, a cultivator walked out from one of the caves. That cave was obviously a warehouse built by the island's residents. All the valuable things on the island would be placed there. Duguyen, it's that person again. Seeing the person laughing wildly, Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. This guy is the pirate ranked 74th on the bounty list. He's really vicious and kills people without blinking. What should we do now? Sikong Jiayue asked. Naturally, we have to kill this person. Not only will we be able to get rid of evil for the people, we will also be able to get a bounty of 500 million. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked at Sikong Jiayue and said, "This person's cultivation is probably very terrifying, and it might be more troublesome to deal with him. I'll go out and deal with him first. You hide and be ready to support me at any time and give him a fatal blow." All right, Sikong Jiayue nodded. This was not the first time that he and Lin Feng had worked together. It could be said that they had a tacit understanding. Lin Feng did not stop and directly flew towards Duguyen. "Brat, it's you." When Duguyen saw the sudden appearance of Lin Feng, a dense killing intent immediately surfaced on his face. Lin Feng snatched the source of the nether demon shark. This matter made Duguyen gnash his teeth in hatred. Even in his dreams, Duguyen wanted to meet Lin Feng again. Then he would cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, to vent the hatred in his heart. However, after so many days, there was no news from Lin Feng. However, Duguyen did not expect that. Today, he would meet Lin Feng here. Lin Feng sneered. "Duguyen, I'll take your life today." "Brat, you actually dare to boast in front of me?" Duguyen sneered. "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know after we fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed towards Duguyen, sky-splitting, sword intent piercing the heavens. Without holding back, he directly merged his sword and saber and slashed towards Duguyen. Duguyen was ranked 74th on the bounty list. This person was definitely an extremely tyrannical existence. Reckless bastard. Duguyen's face was full of disdain. He only saw his fist sweeping over. A blood-red energy beast pounced over. Bang! The blood-red energy beast collided with Lin Feng's sword and saber light. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations surged out. The blood-red energy beast immediately broke through Lin Feng's attack. Yin-Yang Stage 4. Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Brat, you're right. Is my strength enough to kill you?" Duguyen laughed sinisterly. Bang! Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning art to dissolve Duguyen's powerful attack. At this time, Duguyen was already rushing towards Lin Feng, his face full of a sinister smile. His expression was indifferent and cold as he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, do you think that I'm someone with a bounty of 500 million? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Duguyen directly clawed at Lin Feng's chest. Boundless black fog surged out, and a pitch-black claw condensed within the black fog. The Death God's claw. That claw quickly swiped over. Lin Feng immediately felt that this Death God's claw was emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if the Death God had descended. Duguyen's cultivation was indeed powerful. Even Lin Feng would have trouble dealing with a cultivator of the fourth sky of Yin-Yang layer. However, This didn't mean that Lin Feng couldn't deal with him. Boom! A shocking fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's dantian. The 5 devouring martial souls instantly merged into one. The confinement magnetic field enveloped Lin Feng within a 10-meter radius, under the ultimate form of the 5 martial souls merging into one. Du Guyan, who was enveloped in the confinement magnetic field, was also greatly restricted. His speed quickly decreased. What a strange martial soul. It can actually restrict my speed. But do you think you can escape this calamity? Du Guyan laughed sinisterly. The aura in his body became more and more terrifying. As the terrifying aura spread out from his body, Du Guyan's speed increased by a lot. Obviously, the powerful aura emitted from Du Guyan's body counteracted the confinement of the confinement magnetic field. Swoosh! At this time, Sikong Jiayue, who was hiding in the dark, silently hid behind Du Guyan. At the same time, Lin Feng was also preparing the Tao word annihilation to attack Du Guyan. Star-plucking hand. Sikong Jiayue slashed his palm at Du Guyan. This was an ultimate technique passed down in the Sikong clan. Its power was very shocking. Not good, there's a sneak attack. Du Guyan's expression suddenly changed, although he didn't see Sikong Jiayue because his back was facing him. However, his sense of danger made him realize that something was wrong at the first moment. Whoosh! Du Guyan slapped his palm back. A loud bang was heard as he and Sikong Jiayue collided. Then, Du Guyan's body used the force of the collision to quickly retreat. Du Guyan wanted to use this to escape from Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue's siege. If his opponent was someone else, Du Guyan might have succeeded. But his opponent was Lin Feng. When Du Guyan quickly retreated, Lin Feng had already moved. Ground shrink. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng was already in front of Du Guyan. The Tao word annihilation. He attacked. Du Guyan's face instantly paled. He didn't expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. It was so fast that he didn't have enough time to counterattack. Du Guyan used iron chains across the river, his arms blocking in front of his body. He hoped to block Lin Feng's attack. But Lin Feng's Tao word, annihilation, was too powerful. It fiercely bombarded Du Guyan's body. Bang! Du Guyan's body exploded into pieces. Ah, brat, you actually destroyed my body. I won't let you off. A vicious curse was heard. A cloud of black fog soared into the sky and rushed into the distance. The curses came from the black fog. Ghost cultivator. This Du Guyan is actually a ghost cultivator. His body died, but his soul didn't dissipate. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had come into contact with ghost cultivators before, so he knew how strange their methods were. He absolutely couldn't let Du Guyan go. Otherwise, this guy could use the ghost cultivator's strange methods to quickly recover. Chase after him. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He and Sikong Jiayue were together. They soared into the sky. They quickly chased after Du Guyan's soul. Chapter 699. This was a pitch-black sea. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Du Guyan's soul had fled here. Du Guyan, you won't be able to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, killing intent surging in his eyes. Brat, don't be complacent. It's not certain who will win. Du Guyan shouted venomously. Swoosh! In the next moment, Du Guyan rushed into the sea and disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid there's a trap down there. Sikong Jiayue said. Lin Feng nodded, his expression uncertain. After thinking for a while, he said, It's just a remnant soul without a body. Even if there's a trap, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deal with us. The two of them quickly came to an agreement and rushed into the sea. Lin Feng formed a barrier of light to protect himself. The two of them quickly dove. Not long after, they saw the distorted black ball of light. Dugu Yan's remnant soul was quickly flying towards the depths. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue chased after him. Not long after, Dugu Yan's remnant soul rushed into an abyss. Restriction. There's a restriction in that abyss. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The abyss at the bottom of the sea. Restriction. All of these things were connected together. Obviously, that abyss must be quite dangerous. Sikong Jiayue hurriedly took out the divine shield. As long as he encountered danger, he could activate the divine shield at any time. With this treasure's defense, Lin Feng and Dugu Yan also felt a lot more at ease. They entered the abyss, all the way in. Then, they found a dilapidated palace in the deepest part of the abyss. Dugu Yan had already rushed to the front of the palace and shouted, "Brother Evil Flood Dragon, this little brother has attracted 2 human cultivators for you. These 2 brats, their bloodline power is especially powerful. They are both delicious food. Brother Evil Flood Dragon, devour them. Your cultivation will definitely increase greatly." Just as Dugu Yan's voice fell, ghost chi soared into the sky in the dilapidated palace. The baleful yin chi instantly filled the entire abyss. What a powerful ghost chi. There are ghosts and evil things inside. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. "I know. It must be an evil spirit formed from the soul of an evil abyssal WRM. I've heard of it a long time ago. There is an evil spirit formed from the soul of an evil abyssal WRM in the ocean. It is extremely evil and specializes in devouring the flesh and soul essence of cultivators. I didn't think that it would be true." Sikong Jiayue's expression turned grave. "Little boy, you're right. The evil spirit you're talking about is me," said the evil spirit. A deep and cold voice came from the palace. Next, endless ghost chi surged out. Within the ghost chi, the figure of a huge creature was tumbling. One could vaguely see that it was a pitch-black flood dragon. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a black flood dragon. Only the most evil flood dragons, the evil flood dragons and the poison flood dragons, were black in color. "Brother Evil WRM, are you satisfied with these 2 brats?" Dugu Yan's remnant soul said flatteringly, "Dugu Yan, you're at least at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, but your body was actually destroyed by these 2 brats. What a useless fellow." The evil abyssal WRM looked coldly at Dugu Yan. "Brother Evil WRM, you don't know? These 2 brats are more cunning than the other. I was tricked by them, and my body was destroyed by them." Dugu Yan's voice was filled with resentment. "I want to eat the brat in the black robe. As for the brat in the starry robe, you only need to eat his soul. You can take over his body and revive." The evil abyssal WRM's sinister voice sounded. Since Dugu Yan was a ghost cultivator, then he must be proficient in a secret technique. Therefore, he had to take over Sikong Jiayue's body, using Sikong Jiayue's body to revive. It wasn't impossible for that to happen. "Ha! Thank you, Brother Evil WRM." Dugu Yan shouted excitedly. "A mere ghost dares to be so arrogant in front of us 2 brothers. You're simply courting death." Lin Feng sneered. "Brat, just based on your words, it's enough for you to die 1,000 times." The evil abyssal WRM looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Rumble. Waves after waves of violent fluctuations were transmitted from the rolling ghost fog. The evil abyssal WRM's voice fell. Within the ghost fog, a huge flood dragon claw condensed. That was the flood dragon ghost claw. It directly grabbed towards Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dense thunderbolts suddenly surged out. They flew towards the flood dragon ghost claw. Thunder restrained ghosts. Therefore, when the dense power of lightning bombarded the flood dragon ghost claw, The flood dragon Ghost Claw was destroyed. The flood dragon Ghost Claw was directly blown apart. This flood dragon Ghost Claw was much stronger than Duguyan's Death God Claw. However, it was restrained by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder art. After the thunder power condensed by the Sky Tyrant Thunder, art destroyed the flood dragon Ghost Claw. Then, it attacked the evil abyssal WIRM again. Bang, 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 a series of violent explosions rang out. The surging ghost chi around the evil abyssal WIRM was blown away. Ah, I'm going to be killed by the explosion. Duguyan's remnant soul was swept by the thunder power and screamed again and again. Brat, you have some ability, but it's far from enough. The evil abyssal WIRM roared and spat out a small cauldron. It was a small cauldron the size of a palm. Suddenly, the small cauldron quickly grew bigger. There were 4 fierce beasts drawn on the small cauldron. These 4 fierce beasts were actually the famous 4 fierce beasts. Cheongqi, Taotai, Hundan, Taowu. Those 4 fierce beasts seemed to be about to be resurrected. One by one, the fierce beasts let out earth-shaking roars. The abyss of the sea was shaking violently. The underwater palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were shaken by the roars of the 4 fierce beasts to the point that their faces turned pale and their blood boiled. They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone felt dizzy, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They were about to fall to the ground. At the same time, while Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue were fighting with the evil abyssal WIRM, 3 cultivators flew in from outside the abyss. 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people were wearing the clothes of Penglai, Immortal Island. Obviously, they were disciples of the ancient holy land of Penglai. It should be here. Yes, it's here. Duguyan's remnant soul escaped here. I wonder if those 2 brats caught Duguyan's remnant soul. Duguyan's remnant soul can't be a match for those 2 brats. There's a reward of 500 million. We must make those 2 brats hand over Duguyan's remnant soul later. If they don't know what's good for them, we'll kill them here. The 3 people's eyes were incomparably cold. At this time, the roars of beasts came from the depths of the abyss. The 3 of them were shocked. There seems to be a great battle inside. Are the ghost cultivators' methods so powerful? Let's go and take a look. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's watch a good show before we act. Haha, I hope both sides are injured. When we act, we'll save a lot of effort. The 3 cultivators of the Penglai, Immortal Island sneered and quickly rushed into the abyss, heading towards the deepest part of the abyss where the battle was taking place.